Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2021 Virtual Summer Research Symposium for UNCG's Ronald E. McNair Post-Baccalaureate Achievement Program. I am Dr. Talisha Baber, and I serve as the Associate Director. The McNair Scholars Program is designed to prepare undergraduate students who identify as first-generation and low-income or with an underrepresented racial and ethnic group for the pursuit and attainment of a doctoral degree. Central to the mission of the program is the opportunity for scholars to participate in the Summer Research Institute, or SRI. SRI is an intensive 8-week experience in which students participate in faculty-guided research and professional development workshops and seminars. So the purpose of this event is to give each participant the opportunity to showcase what they have accomplished during their research endeavors this summer. So before we get started, I would like to go over a few logistical matters. The symposium is divided into 4 panels in which the scholars are grouped by a common research theme. For all 4 panels, each scholar will give a short presentation. Following the last presenter in the panel will be a Q&A session. During this session, I will pose questions to the scholar from the live chat. So please place questions or comments in the chat at any time. I also want to acknowledge that the coordinator, Cameron Loritz, and the graduate assistant, Ariana Watkins, will be assisting me today. Our first panel includes research addressing the impact of identity on social interactions. The first presenter for this panel is Caraline Malloy. Caraline is a psychology major, and she will speak about group membership effects on the positive relationship between facial trustworthiness and likability.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I want to start by asking you, which of these 2 faces do you think is more likable? How about now? I also want you to consider, did those labels change your decision of your initial decision? And if so, why might that be? Well, this is an example of the evaluations I studied. My name is Caraline Malloy, and this summer I researched how does group membership, like political affiliation, affect the positive relationship between facial trustworthiness and likability evaluations. First, I'm going to tell you a bit about facial trustworthiness and its relationship to likability. When making first impressions, we automatically evaluate faces for trustworthiness because it tells us if we should approach or avoid a person, and even how likable they may be. In fact, highly trustworthy faces are evaluated to be likable, and untrustworthy faces are considered to be unlikable. Even in some cases, defendants whose faces appear more trustworthy in court cases actually receive more lenient sentences when they appear more trustworthy, and that's literally just because they look more trustworthy. There's definitely a positive relationship between facial trustworthiness and likability. However, I speculated that group membership might affect this relationship. Group membership, like race or political affiliation, gives us a sense of self, and it helps us to determine who we are and aren't alike. But it can also lead to negative things like bias and prejudice. Lazarus et al. Found people thought the fearful faces of in-group members were more positive than the happy faces of out-group members. And in another study, it was actually found that people perceive trustworthy faces to be in-group members and untrustworthy faces to belong to out-group members. Political affiliation is just one form of group membership that really leads to favoritism and in-group favoritism and dislike towards the out-group. Yet this is also considered to be more acceptable than biased opinions that happen to be fueled by like race or gender. But important to this study, Iyengar and Westwood actually found that random faces were later evaluated to be more likable after the participant discovered they shared the same affiliation. So due to the importance of group membership to our social identity and the saliency of political affiliation, I wonder how might political affiliation affect this positive relationship? So my question in the prior research led me to two hypotheses. With the first thing, that in-group partisanship would strengthen the relationship so that likability evaluations would be higher, regardless of trustworthiness, and that in-group partisanship would make likability evaluations lower. Second, I predicted that very trustworthy in-group faces would have an additive effect on likability evaluations, such that likability would be extremely high. To support my hypotheses, I created and conducted a qualtrics survey where 90 white male faces were used and happened to span from very trustworthy to very untrustworthy in appearance. And I asked participants to rate how likable did they perceive these faces to be when they were shown these faces with Republican, Democrat, or no group information. To analyze my data, I ran a model entering facial trustworthiness, group membership, and political ideology, and their interactions as fixed effects. In support of my first hypothesis, very conservative and very liberal participants evaluated their in-group members to be more likable than out-group members. And you can see this depicted in the very conservative and in the very liberal portions of this graph. But for example, in the very conservative box, you see that the Republican line is above the non-line, and the non-line is above the Democrat line. And that merely just lets us know that conservative considered in-group members to be more likable than out-group members. Supporting my second hypothesis, an interaction between my independent variables provided us with a stronger or weaker positive relationship, such that in-group membership or partisanship strengthened it and out-group partisanship weakened it. Concerning conservatives, people who were very conservative found faces of their parties to be way higher in likability than moderate conservatives, but we didn't see this for Democrat or no information faces. Surprisingly, there was actually a bigger difference in likability for moderate and very conservatives between in-group and no-group faces, yet we didn't see this for moderate and very liberals. In fact, liberals actually appeared to like in-group faces way more than the no information faces. And overall, it seems liberals have a greater in-group additive effect on likability than conservatives. Overall, our findings certainly suggest that group membership is a cue that affects facial evaluations, and it's not just the structure or the appearance of the face itself that help to fuel our first impressions. In fact, it appears that in-group membership is a positive cue and out-group membership is a negative cue. But I also speculate that our findings suggest that the additive effect we found is due to in-group inclusion and group reputation tendencies people may have that suggest we evaluate highly trustworthy in-group faces to be extremely likable because of thoughts that in-group membership alludes to positive traits like likability and existing knowledge that if quote unquote model in-group members, or those who have trustworthy faces, aren't evaluated favorably, that negatively affects evaluations for the rest of the group, namely those in-group members who have relatively untrustworthy faces. Now regarding the limitations and future directions of our studies, we understand that using white male faces in political affiliation limits our generalizability, as we only use one race and one form of group membership, which happen to be extremely salient and important to people. So we propose that future studies should incorporate faces of varying races to see what might the intersection be between race and political affiliation and what might the implications be for this particular type of study. But we also propose that studies incorporate an arbitrary group construct because in the instance that we use political affiliation, which is very important to people, we wonder, might we find the same effect if it's a group construct that has little importance to the participant? But that actually concludes my presentation. And I would love to thank my faculty mentor, Dr. Brittany Cassidy, and my library mentor, Melody Rude, amongst many others, for their help and support throughout this project. And thank you all so much for listening, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the symposium.
Thank you, Caraline. Our next presenter is Portia Washington. Portia is also a psychology major, and she will be speaking about the effects of noun-adjective order and Spanish-English bilinguals.
Now, hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Portia Washington. The title of my project is Shared or Separate Syntax, Limitations of the Bilingual Sentence Superiority Effect in Spanish-English Bilinguals. So, first, I know that we're on YouTube Live, so it's a little weird, so you'll have to bear with me because I'm going to hope that you're doing it. I just have to trust you. It is going to take some focus, so when I go to the next screen, I'm going to need you to center in and focus on the very center of the screen because it'll go by really quickly and it'll be a quick demonstration. Okay? Okay. So if you could guess what word this was, can you type it in the YouTube chat or something like that? I can't see it right now, but I'm sure that at least some person will get it. This word, the third position right there. I'll give you a second to think about it. It went by pretty quickly. Okay. So while that sentence was shown for a really short period of time, research has actually shown that at least some information is perceived in just 200 milliseconds. And that sentence, the dog jumps high, is the sentence that you saw that flashed in 200 milliseconds. In about a fifth of a second, it says that instead of reading every individual word in a sentence, the dog jumps high, each individual word, we actually seem to do something more like a quick scan of a sentence to parse out information about the words that gives clues about the sentence's overall meaning, as opposed to their individual. A lot of researchers are looking for. So here you would have known, you would have looked at an article, a noun, a verb, and an adjective, respectively. Many researchers believe that this quick parse makes sense because syntax or grammar, which you have, how you might think of it, is being able to put words together in a formula in order to convey their desired meaning. And different parts of speech can only mean different sorts of things. So an article, a noun, a verb, and an adjective all have different different jobs to do in a sentence. Now, most research on sentence comprehension is conducted on monolingual speakers, which is great, but with over half of the world's population being bilingual, we have to ask, what about bilingual speakers? They know two sets of articles, nouns, verbs, and adjectives, and everything else that we know, and they have to know two of them. So what evidence would there be that they'd be able to perform well on something? If you are bilingual or you know anyone that is bilingual, it's actually pretty common for bilingual speakers to actually switch back and forth between languages in the same sentence, whether it's talking colloquially between two friends or anything like that. A lot of times that we actually do switch between both two languages at one time in a common conversation. And then also priming. I looked at a lot of research that actually has to say that if one sentence structure is said to you in one language, for example, if you're an English-Spanish bilingual, if I say a sentence to you in English, then you're more likely to repeat that same type of structure to me in Spanish. So that's actually really interesting and provides a lot of evidence that bilingual speakers are arguing between the two languages. And it's not just necessarily monolingual in the sentence that we're thinking of. Last year, specifically for French-English bilinguals, a study was done using that same method that I showed you earlier with the sentence, the dog jumps really high. That actually was sent, this study also actually did one with mixed language sentences. So instead of just a monolingual sentence that you would have seen a bilingual sentence, in this case, French and English. But their results primarily reflected that when the sentences were in English and they were both correct, people got the target word correct. 70% just saying that they were able to guess that word like would have been jumped in the correct order as long as everything was perfectly how it was supposed to go. When we redid the chart, you'll see it here, but we did a measure where to measure proficient words and fake words. So in this example, the correct answers would be 2 and 6. So the only real words here are yes and pencil sharpener. The other ones are completely made up words. They're called pseudo words. So it's actually, you can see how it can get a little tricky if you're not all the way fluent, because someone like me, while we were making these measures, the other words seem pretty good to me. So you're able to pretty quickly parse out who's able to like measure. You'll see here that when we recreated it, meaning that we had Spanish English bilinguals do the same sort of study that we did with you in the beginning. When we had them go through that a few hundred trials, they actually, with the languages all mixed up, that we found these results. The y-axis here is their target accuracy, meaning how many times they were able to guess that target word correctly, or how many times they were able to get jumps right. And then this score here is how well they did on proficiency. So as you can see down here at the very bottom, the two lines are virtually touching, like the distance is non-existent. That just means that down here, they're doing the same on, it doesn't really matter if the sentence is jumbled up completely or if it makes sense the way that the dog jumps high did. But then as you see, as we get a little bit further up into the 60s and into the 90s, it's starting to make a little bit more of a difference. And even in when the sentences are ungrammatical, they're not doing as well as when the sentences are grammatical. And that's a big deal, because that means that as they get more proficient, not only are they getting better than they were to begin with, but they're also starting to make a little bit of a discrepancy between the two in their minds. And that's great, because a sentence should look a little different if it's all the way jumbled. These results mean three things. One, it means that bilinguals can process mixed language sentences very rapidly, which means that code switching thing more evidence is that they're doing two things at one time. Two, this effect is observed in the most for balanced proficient bilinguals. So someone like me wouldn't see as much of an effect on this, because I know, some college level Spanish, I think I'm pretty good, but I'm not nearly enough, which means that I'm not calling on those Spanish reserves. So I wouldn't try to consult Spanish for my grammar rules whatsoever. And three, it means that more research is necessary to see if part of speech is the cause or not, because it's actually looking like it could just be because they're really simple words and people just get them correct sometimes. So that means we started on experiment 2, because result number 3 makes it seem a little ambiguous. I know this screen could look a little intimidating, but this just means that the first sentence, the dog jumps high, which you saw earlier, is good on both syntax and semantics, meaning that it meets the formula, it meets the criteria, and it makes sense to everyone involved. The second sentence, is obviously scrambled. And so it makes sense. The dog, everything makes sense as far as the subject, verbs, and everything, but it's scrambled up and the syntax is messed up. That was the first experiment we did, which just shows grammatical versus ungrammatical. Then experiment 2 jumps to the next line where it brings in semantics. The bag jumps high. The bag cannot jump, and that doesn't make sense in our brains. So that's a bit of a leap, but based on our results, you would think that our results would allude to the fact that it'd still be fine and your brain should still be able to make the same amount of stuff if part of speech is what really matters, because technically there's still an article, a noun, a verb, and an adjective. And then that second manipulation has nothing correct because the syntax is messed up and the semantics are messed up as well. So the idea is to see if we can isolate part of speech to see if we can get people to actually see what's going on. If we're still getting those correct or not, really says a lot about what that rapid parse of what we're doing in just 1/5 of a second, because it's such a quick amount of time. So in general, during the early stages of this process, I said so many things were impossible. I was like, people can't read anything in 1/5 of a second. There's no way you can do that. There's also no way that bilingual speakers can read two languages at the same time, because that's absurd. We're asking a lot of them. And 3, there's no way that syntax holds that much weight in this process. I too was a student at some point, and I said grammar, I'm horrible at grammar, and I can still talk. So I was like, there's no way that any of these things make that much sense. And I was wrong about every single one of them, and I'm proud to say that. I am hopeful that I continue to do this research and I continue to be wrong and I continue to find new things, because bilingual speakers will be at a consistent disadvantage in the classroom and in the workforce if society as a whole isn't doing the legwork to learn how to support them. And part of speech is a great start, but in an ever-growing global community, it is necessary to keep this research alive. Ultimately, this research will create more access, diversity, and inclusion, which I hope becomes the theme of any future work that I continue to do as well. And as Caraline said, super great thanks to my wonderful faculty mentor for being patient with me. That's all.
Thank you, Portia, and I appreciate the humble comment at the end about being honest for being wrong sometimes. The third presenter for this panel is Temilayo Ogungbemi. Temi is also a psychology major, and he will speak about the other race effect and face name associations.
Hello, my name is Temilayo Ogungbemi, and I'm here to discuss or talk about my research project, which is titled The Other Race Effect and Face Name Associations. So a bit of background about the other race effect. It is characterized as the tendency for people to accurately recognize the faces of people who share the same race as them, as opposed to people who are of different races than them. So for example, if a black person were to see a white person's face and another black person's face, they're more likely to remember the black person's face as opposed to the white person's face, and vice versa. And here's a graph by Yaros and colleague in 2019 that shows the display of the other race effect in action. So here we have in the blue bar, we have same race participants and their performance. And we have other race participants and their performance. And as we can see, for the same race, their performance is significantly higher than for other race participants. And a little bit about the background on face name association. It is just the ability for us to be able to associate the correct name or faces to their corresponding faces or names. So if I were to see somebody out in public, the ability for me to see their face, and if they tell me their name or I see their name, after a while being able to accurately recollect that, oh, this is so-and-so and this is their face. And a study by Strickland Hughes and colleague in 2020 looked at this particular face name association and how own age bias affects being able to make those face name associations. So the purpose for this study was primarily to look at how the other race effect influences the ability for people to make accurate face name associations, and also to be able to bridge the gap between the face name association literature and the other race effect, the other race literature, because there's little literature or little research that connects both topics. One significance for this is the social implication that this has in our ability to be able to create and maintain healthy social relationships. So if you had an acquaintance, for example, maybe you've seen them a couple of times and they've told you their name, you wouldn't want to, after you see them, after those couple of times, you wouldn't want to say the wrong name or not remember their faces at all. So the research questions that we had, primarily, we wanted to replicate the other race effect to start with on face name recognition. After replicating this effect, we wanted to see how the ORE would affect or influence participants' ability to make accurate face name associations. We had two hypotheses going into this research study: that the ORE would not affect participants' abilities to recognize the names. So if the participants were able to recognize the faces that we presented to them, the race of that face would have no effect on their ability to be able to accurately remember the name. And another hypothesis was that the ORE would in fact affect the recognition of the names. So when the participants are able to remember the faces of those other race group members, that they're going to be worse to remember the names of those particular faces. So we had a pilot study to begin with, and it was a survey of 60 names. 30 of the names were male names and 30 of the names were female names. And the participants were primarily African American and Caucasian American. And this survey was just to be able to get names that were neutral and not unique across the board and had no sort of bias for one race or the other. For our main experiment, we presented participants with 16 face name pairs, which they had to memorize for the testing phase. And in the testing phase, we presented 16 images with old or new questions, in which half of the faces they had seen in the training phase and the other half were blends of those previous faces that they saw in the training phase. And if a participant were to answer old on any of these questions, we would ask them what was the name of the face that they saw. And right now I'm gonna do a quick trial run of what the participants were able to see, and each face will be presented for about 8 to 9 seconds. And on the testing phase, you're gonna see questions that ask if the faces that you saw previously were old or new. And if you're a participant in the study, you would have expected that you selected new or selected old and picked Sasha as the correct name for the face that was previously shown. And for this particular face, we would have expected that you selected new, because although the face does look like the training phase, Krista's training phase, it's slightly different because it's a blend of totally different face and Krista's face. So the results that we got, we were able to use the hit rates and the false alarm rates of each participant's questions. So the hit rates, we describe the hit rates as the correct responses for old face. So when a participant saw an old face and they correctly answered that is in fact an old face. And the false alarm rates were characterized as when the participants saw a new face, but instead of saying new, they said the face was in fact old. So as we can see here, typically for the other race effect, we would expect that the participants would have a significantly higher score for same race face as opposed to other race face. But as the graph shows from our results, it's slightly higher, but not a significant degree that would show that the other race effect was in fact at play here. And for the false alarm rates, we would expect that for other race, the false alarm rates would be higher than for same race. But as we can see here, that is in fact the reverse, with the same race false alarm rates being slightly higher than for other race. So some factors that we attributed to us not being able to replicate it is because there were some underlying issues with stimuli. So some of the faces might have been too hard for the participants to memorize. So this would have made the results would have given us these results that we found out. And also it could be attributed to a sociocultural shift. So the other race research has been going on for about half a century now. So back then it would have been probably easier to generalize that people of the same race typically look alike. But because of the age we're in now, there's that shift where people are starting to realize that this is in fact not true. So people are coming off as being actively trying to fight against those stereotypical views or prejudice ideas. And another factor could have been unintended motivational cues. So the research, we gave each faces a name. So these names could have served as motivators to individuate the faces as actual people and not seeing them more in line of being a Black male or Black female or white male or white female, but they were able to look at these people as actual people. And this could have caused them to actively remember their names and the faces. Because of these results, there's another experiment that we're conducting right now to try to replicate the other race effect, so we can see if the other race effect does in fact have an influence on the ability for participants to make face name associations. And I would like to give a big thanks to my faculty mentor, Dr. Wiley, and the McNair program, and also to my library mentor, Ms. Rachel Olson. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Timmy. So combining Caroline's research, I hope I'm a person that has a likable face, and therefore you will remember my name. The final presenter for this panel is Tynashia Whitaker. Tynashia is a speech pathology and audiology major, and she will speak about the perceptions of African-American English. Following Tynashia's presentation will be a Q&A session for this panel.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tynashia Whitaker, and my research project is on the perceptions of African-American English, reducing the potential for misdiagnosis. African-American English is one of many American dialects and is spoken by many, but not all African-Americans. It is a unique rule-governed dialect that allows for some types of variations that are not allowed in general American English. Down below, you will see some words and phrases pronounced in General American English and some words and phrases produced in African American English. Speech language pathologists working with AAE speaking individuals and who lack the requisite knowledge to fully understand this dialect is not adequately prepared to serve this population. 70% of SLPs feel moderately comfortable providing services to multicultural and linguistically diverse populations. Many SLPs do not have the necessary training to assess or treat diverse populations. A child using African American English can be improperly diagnosed by a speech language pathologist as inhibiting a speech sound disorder and inappropriately referred for treatment when no treatment is needed. SLPs with proper training can move the system away from the practice of diagnosing AAE speakers as disordered, just to be on the safe side, and instead advocate for the most appropriate services that will benefit the AAE speaking child. Speech language pathologists' assessment skills are developed in graduate school, and it is there they learn to differentiate between a communication difference and disorder. The purpose of this study examines the perception of African American English by graduate speech language pathology students after listening to AAE speaking children with and without a speech sound disorder. The research questions are, is there a significant difference in the use of initial TH substitution, final consonant deletion, and deletion of ending ED between typically developing AAE and speech sound disorder AAE speaking children? Is there a significant difference in the listener's accuracy to identify the speakers in the tested AAE characteristics? Is the presence of AAE speech and the listener's likelihood to identify the speech as disordered independent of each other? Listeners were 16 graduate students in the speech language pathology program at a large university in the Mid-South Atlantic region of the United States. They were asked to listen to 12 edited recorded samples of sentences spoken by 4 typically developing AAE speakers and AAE speakers with a speech sound disorder. The edited samples included 3 aspects of typically developing AAE speech, to include initial TH consonant substitution, final consonant deletion, and deletion of ending ED. The listeners were asked to indicate yes or no to the following question: do you suspect a speech sound disorder? This research hypothesizes that students will not be able to distinguish between the typically developing and speech sound disorder AAE speaking children. The alternate hypothesis is they will be able to distinguish between the typical and speech sound disorder AAE speaking children. In testing the AAE speakers' use, there was no difference in the use of initial TH substitution, final consonant deletion, and deletion of ending ED between the typically developing AAE speakers and speech sound disorder AAE speakers. All of the children used the features of AAE. In testing the listener's auditory perceptual accuracy, there was no significant difference in the listener's accuracy in identifying samples that presented initial TH substitution and final consonant deletion. However, there was a significant difference in the listener's accuracy in identifying deletion of ending ED. In the listener's written responses, it showed that the presence of AAE speech influenced the likelihood of identifying the speech as disordered. The listener's ability to understand the child's speech played a primary role in judging the child as having a speech sound disorder. Here are the research questions again. And remember, AAE is not a communication disorder. However, it appears that the majority of the listeners in this study classify AAE as disorder based on their responses. This study reveals that more training is needed in the graduate SLP programs to ensure that future professionals can distinguish between a communication difference and disorder. It was found in this study that the graduate students were not able to distinguish between disorder and non-disorder AAE speakers, and much is needed to be done to improve the knowledge in this area for speech language pathologists. Through examining graduate students, we're able to see how the structure of learning has not truly prepared the in-training clinicians in distinguishing between a dialect and speech sound disorder. With proper training and resources, the speech language pathology profession can essentially bridge the learning gap to stop the misdiagnosis of AAE speakers and other speakers of non-mainstream dialects. In conclusion, this study strives to educate and inform speech language pathologists working with AAE speakers on the best practices in serving this cultural group. Thank you.
Thank you, Tynashia. This concludes the presentations for the first panel, research addressing the impact of identity on social interactions. So I would like to give a applause for our first panel presenters. You all did a wonderful job. So at this time, I will pose questions from the live chat to our presenters. So will all presenters please turn on their cameras and remain muted until you are acknowledged. Thank you. So I would present at least one question to each presenter. For Caraline, we did have a question in the chat. So did your research control for other in-group or out-group variables? And if so, how?
Okay, hi, thank you for your question. So I believe your question is in regards to extraneous variability. So we did, but that's in part one of the reasons why we used a mixed effects model instead of an ANOVA, simply because we would be able to see if our results were truly coming from my 3 independent variables, which is what we were trying to study. So we did, in the sense that that's literally why we use mixed effects. It gave us the opportunity to see if what we were getting were truly from those variables in themselves and with them interacting together.
Thank you. Moving on to Portia. The bulk of your research was on Spanish, English, bilinguals. Have you studied or are you interested in studying other 2 languages? If so, which 2 do you think would be most interesting to you?
So actually, during the lit review process, I read a bunch of different articles, and I read a lot of like German English for some reason, but also Turkish English research has been super fun. One of my favorite, I think, that I'm going forward looking into, it's not just kind of like whatever language seems cool, a lot more visual languages is kind of more of a interest for syntax. So I've looked at a lot of Mandarin and Cantonese as well. So that's been super fun. And also I hope to look into multilingual studies. That's like a separate issue than bilingual, than just the 2 languages. So the answer to your question would be probably more Mandarin and Cantonese, and then multilingual separately. So people that know more than 1 language.
Thank you. The next question is to Temi. Are you aware of any studies of other implications of the use of ORE and FN, like for instance, in an educational setting, like in a classroom? Are you aware of some studies of that kind, or are you interested in further researching the combination of both theories?
Yes, that's an excellent question. So from my literature review process, I did not come across studies that talked about educational settings, but that is something that I am also willing to explore. So for right now, this is more of a lab setting type of research, but I'm hoping to transition more into something more real life application. So this would be one of those real life applications, is seeing how the ORE and face name associations affect the educational setting. So like maybe teachers remembering students, or how their attitudes are changed, or how students perceive them, would be something that I would definitely like to research. But as currently, I did not come across anything talking about this effect in the educational setting.
Thank you. There certainly would be valuable to instructors that have large class sizes where it's very difficult to remember everyone's names. A question posed to Tynashia is, did your research consider whether the graduate students spoke African-American English?
This was a question that we considered, but the university that we did test only had about 30 students in all, only 16 participants. And within those 16 participants, we only had 2 AAE speakers, and those speakers did not have a difference in their results.
Interesting. I like to pose this question to everyone, and you can just take 30 seconds to answer or more, however. What was the most difficult part of the research process during this experience? And we can start in order. So we'll start with Caraline, followed by Portia, Temi, and then Tynashia.
Okay, for me, I think the most difficult part was definitely making sense of my findings, not even from like the mechanical aspect of it, of learning how to use R and different testing softwares, but really just making sense of why did we find that there was a higher likability additive effect on likability for liberals, but not for conservatives. We definitely did not expect that. And I'm still trying to make sense of those findings now. And I'm looking forward to spending the rest of the summer to figure out why exactly that was. So that was definitely the hardest part, just making sense of those findings.
I guess I could say that the hardest part for me was with any psycholinguistic research is like coming up with materials. Like every sentence, we had 200 sentences. So there ended up being 400 sentences altogether with the ungrammatical versions. And like we had to create every single one of those. Like me and my faculty mentor just had to sit there and come up with these sentences. And it gets to a point where like your brain just starts to turn to mush after a while. And you're just literally creating jumbled sentences in two languages, and it's just a mess at some point. So like data management was a lesson I had to learn the hard way. So those were, I think that was kind of like the hardest thing, is just realizing that data is actually really serious, and you're just like playing with computer stuff. So that's kind of the difference between research and actually like doing things.
For me personally, the hardest part of the research process was coming up with the stimuli and being able to make it work in a way that participants could actively like engage with it, because there were a lot of ways that my faculty mentor and I could have gone about doing it, but the way that we did, it worked well in a way that it engaged the participants. And also, back to Portia's point, data management really is something that you learn. I had initially in the research process, I had accidentally deleted like some data files, and it was very difficult to get those data files back, but I was able to get it. But that like taught me, okay, you need to be more like meticulous with how you like handle it so that this doesn't repeat itself.
I think for me, time played a big role in what I did in my research process. At first, at the beginning of the 8 weeks, I'm like, okay, we have 8 weeks. And then next thing you know, we had 4 weeks, we had 2 weeks. And another thing for me was interpreting the results. So actually trying to figure out what I wanted to say and try to make it understandable for my general population audience.
Thank you, everyone, for your answers to the questions. And I want to give you a applaud here. And we just want to thank for the first panelists. At this point, we're going to take a break until 11:30. So the scholars in this Zoom, you'll leave the Zoom meeting and join watch your peers for the remainder of the symposium, and then the next group will come into the Zoom meeting. Thank you again, and so we will reconvene at 11:30. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are now ready to reconvene for the second group of scholars. Our second panel includes research addressing equity through cultural geography. The first presenter for this panel is Adanna Iloabachie. Adanna is a psychology major, and she will speak about investigating judgments of authenticity.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adanna Iloabachie, and my research topic investigates judgment of object authenticity, creator history versus visual information. So, why is this relevant? Most of you have probably visited museums that contain cultural artifacts from all around the world. Additionally, as consumers, we may buy cultural objects that we unfortunately may not know the history behind. Artists also deserve the appropriate recognition for their creations as well. Overall, in order to maintain a sense of morality when being a consumer or an artist, we must first investigate these thought processes when making authentic judgments. Authenticity can typically be defined as genuine, real, or true, and play a key role in art culture. Another description of authenticity includes terms such as ethical, natural, honest, or rooted. The topic of authenticity is becoming more prevalent and peculiar in modern day culture. For example, a consumer may be more inclined to buy a suit worn by a famous person, such as Barack Obama, or simply buy a hand-woven basket due to its historical significance. Prior work has shown that consumers perceive authentic objects as having a deeper meaning and overall valuable than the objects they see as inauthentic. However, we still do not know people's intuitions about their authentic judgments regarding cultural objects. So, what makes something culturally authentic? How do we decide what gets to represent that culture? One option is we focus on visual information, which includes the style and overall appearance of the object that a culture utilizes. Or another option is we focus on the historical information about who made it or how they made it. So we had a total of 183 participants. We administered a survey through Qualtrics that manipulated two variables. So we had two distinct novel groups, the Zarian and Maltesian groups, that were notable for making a certain style of basket. The sets of baskets were constructed by size and design. For example, the Zarian baskets were smaller and they had pointed bottoms, whereas the Maltesian baskets were larger and they had handles. So we had a total of 4 trials, and each trial depicted a different combination of creator and basket style. So in this example, we have 2 Maltesian group members. One trial had a Maltesian looking basket that was made by a Maltesian member, and another trial had a Zarian looking basket made by a Maltesian member. So depending on the heuristics participants chose to employ, there are at least 2 possible patterns of findings. If people relied mainly on historical creator information when making their judgments, we predicted that they would judge the baskets in the matched trials as more authentic than in the baskets in the mismatched trials. Alternatively, if people relied on visual information when making their judgments, we predicted no such differences between these conditions because visual information was kept constant throughout both conditions. Participants were then asked a total of 6 test questions using Likert and open-ended responses. For this presentation, I'm only going to focus on museum and authenticity judgments for the sake of time. However, I will be happy to answer any additional questions about our findings. So on the x-axis, we have condition, and on the y-axis, we have both the certainty of people thinking it belongs in the museum and the amount of authenticity. So higher scores show that people viewed these objects as more authentic. As predicted, museum and authenticity ratings differed by condition with very large effects. In the matched trials, museum had ratings of an average of 3.43, while mismatched trials had a mean of 2.71. In the matched trials, authenticity ratings had an average of 4.45, while the mismatched trials had a mean of 3.35. So these findings suggest that overall, people believed cultural objects were more authentic and felt they belonged more in a museum in the matched trials. This translates into wanting cultural objects to only be reproduced by members belonging to the culture it originates from. So we then asked participants to explain what they were thinking about when determining which baskets were authentic. So we grouped the responses into 2 different categories. First is history information, which just highlights the non-visual property. So a few simple responses mentioned if it was handmade, or if the Zarian basket was made by a Zarian group member, and so forth. The other category is visual information. So their explanations noted the physical characteristics of the objects, and some sample responses include whether they were comparing it to the exemplar baskets mentioned or mentioning the colors, texture, just overall physical features of the baskets. So we tested whether their explanations had an effect with their ratings. In total, there were 98 participants belonging to the history category and 63 in the visual category. Again, the x-axes are condition, while the y-axes are museum and authenticity ratings. So this shows that participants believed the objects in the match trials were more authentic category, thought the objects were less authentic and less belonging in the museum in the mismatched trials compared to the visual group. In other words, those with historical heuristics believed Maltesian members producing a Zarian basket is less authentic and belonging compared to those who based their judgments with visual characteristics. The main overall finding in the current study is that there is a vast appreciation of authenticity that translates into wanting cultural objects to only be reproduced by members belonging in the culture it originates from. Future research can expand on the present studies by adding a moral acceptability component to gain a better understanding of the cultural appropriation regarding cultural artifacts. Cultural appropriation can be defined as the act of taking a cultural product that is produced by members of another culture. Our findings establish that people's beliefs regarding authenticity can be driven by historical creator information. However, we are curious to know about their beliefs regarding the moral acceptability of the artist's actions. So, for example, how morally acceptable is it for a person that created a basket style not compatible with their group to submit to the museum for consideration? We had two distinct groups and were interested in further understanding how they differ, especially in terms of moral judgments. We believe this will guide our findings in the cultural appropriation direction and open the door for future studies regarding authenticity. Thank you so much for listening. And I just want to give a big thank you to my faculty mentor, Dr. Nanskabel. You are so patient with me and I'm forever grateful, as well as the entire McNair staff for supporting me. Thank you.
Thank you, Adanna, for that very interesting talk about authenticity. Now, our next presenter is Joshua Burns. Josh is a history major with a concentration in secondary education, and he will speak about the impact of 1960s educational programs and policy in Western North Carolina.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joshua Burns, and I will be presenting on Educational Opportunity for All, the impact of 1960s educational programs and policy on Western North Carolina. For my Summer Research Institute project, I worked with Dr. Charles Bolton and Maggie Murphy. To understand the importance of these educational programs and policies, first, it is important to understand the level of underdevelopment and poverty that existed in Western North Carolina at this time. A key area in which this underdevelopment existed was education. In 1960, the median educational level of 27 Western North Carolina counties was 8th grade, but many were under that. A vital reason for this was the existence of poverty, but many saw it as a way of living for those in the Appalachian region. As a result of this poverty in the Appalachian region and across the country, there was a huge interest in fighting poverty and its symptoms. In North Carolina, this looked like the North Carolina Fund, which predated the federal war on poverty. Then the federal government began its fight with legislation and the creation of new programs. On both these levels, education was seen as one of the factors to improving the conditions of those in poverty. In this presentation, I will first talk about the federal government's role, then North Carolina's, and lastly, the Appalachian Regional Commission. You may be asking what made me interested in this topic and conducting research into this period of history. First, I found that there was little to no scholarly research being done on the correlation between the war on poverty and Western North Carolina. I found this as a great opportunity to begin this work. Also, I have a strong personal connection to this topic as I identify as someone that is low income, a history and secondary education major, and a native of Western North Carolina itself. I am a witness to how important it is for education to be focused on in Western North Carolina. Most importantly, I want this research to cause more awareness to the history and education to the history of educational development in Western North Carolina, but also inspire the positive change that can continue to happen. First, impact came to Western North Carolina in its largest form via the federal government. As pictured on this slide, Lyndon B. Johnson's administration focused heavily on passing educational legislation to meet the goals of the War on Poverty and Great Society initiatives. One of these key pieces of legislation was the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965, or I'll be calling it ESEA. As part of the act, federal money would go towards state and local boards of education to improve the quality of education. A big part of this was improving the quality of education for poor children. In Western North Carolina, there were examples of how this act was beginning to positively impact local boards of education. First, in Murphy, a city in Cherokee County, Operation New Day began with the support of the federal government's ESEA funding. This operation included objectives such as raising the reading levels of educationally disadvantaged children in grades K through 12, preventing dropouts, improving school attendance records, cooperating with Head Start programs, and preparing teachers to work with disadvantaged children. Next, Madison County and its residents saw more positive changes occur due to ESEA. After a proposal was submitted, Madison County received $332,000 on January 18, 1966. After a year of these educational programs being implemented, Madison County and residents shared a positive outlook on the changes being made. North Carolina was unique with its fight on poverty and implementation of educational programs due to the creation of the North Carolina Fund and presence of community action agencies. The fund was created in 1963 and education was seen as one of its main priorities. This was seen with one of its original partners in Western North Carolina, the WAMI, which stands for Watauga, Avery, Mitchell, and Yancey County Community Action Agency. Throughout the 1960s, WAMI and other community partners would work together to implement programs such as Summer Head Start for younger children and adult/vocational education classes in each of their respective counties. Despite beginning to make headway, WAMI received criticism due to its nature of empowerment for the poor, which went against the status quo at the time. Also, politics would be a major roadblock for further impact. In my research, I also looked at the Appalachian Regional Commission, or otherwise known as ARC, as one of the other ways in which education was positively impacted in Western North Carolina. ARC was created alongside the passing of the Appalachian Regional Development Act in 1965. Following this creation, ARC and its funding went towards several projects in Western North Carolina, but educational infrastructure was part of these. One of these projects included the funding of the Caldwell Technical Institute in 1967, which received over $264,000. This large amount of funding that went towards community colleges and industrial educational programs was important in the context of Western North Carolina due to the presence of high school dropouts and lack of opportunities to gain job-related skills. Through these various aspects, I found that the 1960s had several different policies and programs that contributed to the educational development of Western North Carolina. This era of change was necessary to give the people of Western North Carolina, especially the poor, a chance to develop themselves and gain the opportunities to find more careers suited for the time. Despite this, more work needs to be done to meet the educational needs of this region. Even today, the Appalachian region of North Carolina lags behind the rest of the state in high school graduation rates and post-secondary educational enrollment. Looking back at the 1960s can provide insight into how the state can move forward with education in the Western region. Thank you for listening to my presentation, and also a big thanks to the McNair program, fellow scholars, and my faculty mentors.
Thank you, Josh, and also thank you for sharing your personal connection to your research. Our third presenter is Kathy Lee. Kathy is a biology major and she will speak about bee and plant interactions in urban areas.
Hello, my name is Kathy Lee, and today I'll be talking about bee and plant interactions in urban areas. So first, what is a pollinator? A pollinator is anything that helps move pollen between flowers, such as bees, wasps, hummingbirds, and bats. For my project specifically, I'll be talking about honeybees and native bees. So honeybees are not native to North America and serve as competitors to the native bee species. They are also a crucial part of the agricultural pollination. Native bees, on the other hand, though, are not the main contributor, but they are still important for pollinator diversity. So why is this important in an urban setting? Pollinator populations are declining due to disease, climate change, pesticides, and especially loss of foraging space. Since there has been an increase in urban infrastructure, the amount of foraging space for pollinators has been greatly reduced, which negatively impacts plant species and pollinator diversity. For my research study, I picked 2 plants to grow and test for pollinator preference. My 2 plants are lavender and bee balm. For my hypothesis, I said that lavender will attract native pollinators more, but plants that are located near honeybee colonies will exhibit less pollinator diversity due to competition. For my experimental design, I planted 50 lavender plants and 50 bee balm plants within each plot. One is located by the honeybee hives, while the other plot is located by a creek approximately 500 meters away. The plants were grown together in groups of 5 in an alternating pattern. So this is a time lapse of my urban garden. The first picture you see here is a location that I scouted out by the beehives. For the sake of this, I will only be showing one location. The second picture is a solarization tarp that we put down for 2 weeks to about a month. This essentially cooks the ground and kills the grass and anything that could grow. Afterwards, I removed the tarp and sod cutted the area to remove any dead grass and debris. Afterward, I laid the tarp back down and cut them into 1 by 1 meter square quadrants and then secured the tarp into the ground. Then me and a group of other people, we planted lavender and bee balm together, fertilized it, and add soil. So this is what it currently looks like right now. Lavender is on the left and bee balm is on the right. Lavender is a shrub-like bush and is purple, as you can see, and bee balm is approximately 1 meter tall right now. So for my data collections, I did visual and vegetation surveys. This meant that I would go outside and measure how tall a plant was, how many flowers bloomed, and how much space it took up. For my visual surveys, I would go out to each plot between the hours of noon and 4 p.m. during peak sun to count what type of pollinators would come by. This would include honeybees, native bees such as bumblebees, and even hummingbirds. Please keep in mind that this is still an ongoing study. Since the flowers only recently started to bloom in June, I have only been able to collect data at about 3 separate time points. From this chart, you can see that the bee balm located by the beehive received much more attention than the lavender, which is on the upper left hand. From this graph, we can see that there are much more other pollinators located by the hive compared to the other locations. I hypothesized that bee balm would stay near their hives during foraging, but did not expect a great amount of other pollinators as well. When you put this data together, you can see that all the pollinators' favorite location is by the beehives, specifically the bee balm plants. Since this is an ongoing study, the results may still change with more evidence to support my hypothesis. Moving forward, though, data collections such as visual and vegetation surveys will continue until the end of summer in order to collect more data. Based off of the current data collected, though, my hypothesis is supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. The final presenter for this panel is Quiana Reed. Quayla's major is Human Development and Family Studies. And Quayla will speak about her experience in studying international African diaspora in Wales. Following Quayla's presentation will be a Q&A session for this panel.
Good morning. My name is Quayla Reed, and this summer my McNair project was on Black Europe, the African diaspora in Wales. So the first question you're definitely probably asking is why Wales, or Cymru, which is how you say it in Welsh. I studied abroad at the University of Wales, Trinity St. David in 2019, and I often think about how my identity as a Black American shaped my experiences, and my experiences in rural Wales shaped my desire to do research in this topic. And then on the right, you see a picture of me at Llanstefan Castle in Wales. So some of the questions I began to ask was, how have Black Welsh people culturally and economically contributed? How has British imperialism impacted Black Welsh people in the past? And how has the legacy of this imperialism continued to impact the lives of Black Welsh people currently? And so my hypothesis, although broad, is that Black Welsh people have made contributions that have positively shaped their societies. So on the right, in the red, this is where my university was, and Lampeter, another place I call home. And then in the green little dot is actually where Cardiff is and where a lot of my research takes place. So I have a little bit of background for you guys. So the Black Welsh population makes about 0.6% of the Welsh population. And so for reference, that's like the size of UNCG's campus. So that's about the population size. Although documents show about 29 Black people have resided in Wales between 1687 and 1814, the most well-recorded Black person was Johnny Stumple, who died in 1786. Black settlers began to arrive in Wales around 1850s from various parts of East and West Africa. And in the 19th century, the Black population began to grow by way of settlers. After World War I, many settled in Cardiff Docks and became a part of the multicultural community, which is Tiger Bay, and that increased the Black Welsh population from 200 to 3,000 plus by 1919. So I had a few challenges and setbacks. One, finding Black Welsh accomplishments was difficult, and so I really had to dig deeper to figure out why Black Welsh accomplishments were being hidden. Working with a small population where little research has been done about them, I found that the literature omits accounts of the Black Welsh livelihood. So many accounts highlight the race aspect of this identity, but fail to recognize how race and the Blackness specifically and the Welsh identity are interconnected. But then there was also some setbacks for the Welsh people. For Black Welsh people, early legislation was detrimental to their livelihoods. So for example, there was the Colored Alien Seaman Order of 1925, and it was an order established to appease white sailors that stated only native-born sailors will be able to work in the ports. However, they required that all Black men register for the foreign registry, even if they were British. And you can see that could be a way that they didn't have access to jobs. But there was also an influx of discriminatory media that fueled the rumored stereotype that Black and minority spaces were only for rowdy sailors, thieves, and prostitutes. But I did find some information, and so I want to pay a little bit of specific targeted focus on Somali people in Wales. So there's about 10,000 Somali in Wales, but there was an influx of Somali migrants in the 80s and 90s due to a civil war in Somaliland. A fun fact is that Wales has the largest UK-born Somali population. But since in the past, they've struggled with obtaining higher education, there is definitely a new hope for the next generation to acquire new opportunities. And one example of that is in the picture to the right, which is Laker Amar, a Somali Welsh model. So I do want to say Tiger Bay is super duper important. It is a multicultural community on the strip of town in Butetown, Cardiff. It is the oldest multicultural population in the UK. Caribbean African men began to go there during sailor time. And in an interview, a Somali man even joked about how they always had them come over to do the hard work because they were said to handle the heat better. And so they were usually seen doing a lot of the heavyweight jobs in the sailor industry and during still time. Many accounts on Black Welshness come from those who lived in this specific community. So it's really, really important to understanding. I did find a couple of super duper important people who had really great contributions. And one of them was Abdul Rahim Abi Farah. He passed away in 2018, but he was born in Barry, Wales. He was the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations from 1979 to 1990. He served as the permanent representative of Somalia to the United Kingdoms and as the ambassador of Somalia to Ethiopia. He worked to release Nelson Mandela from imprisonment, which is a really cool fun fact about him. Next, we have Betty Campbell. She was born in Butetown, Cardiff. She passed away in 2017. She was Wales' first Black head teacher at Mount Stuart Primary in Butetown, Cardiff. She was on the Race Relations Board between 1972 and 1976, a governor of BBC Wales from 1980 to 1984, a member of the Home Office Race Advisory Committee, and served in many other educational roles. And something that I put as a quote is when she was asked, when I was head in about Black history, this is basically what she said. When I was a head in my school, I looked at Black history, the Caribbean, Africa, and slavery and effects. And she said, why not? It happened. Children should be made aware. And I really resonated with that quote from her. And then lastly, just as a few people that I was able to highlight, we have Patty Lynn, who passed away in 2020. She was born in Tiger Bay. She was a contemporary of Shirley Bassey, who was a very famous singer in Wales. She was a jazz musician from Tiger Bay, and she was actually responsible for creating the Butetown Bay Jazz Festival, which was to look at the contributions that Welsh jazz players have made to the scene. And then most importantly, she spent 26 years campaigning to have a statue in honor of Black soldiers who died in World War I and World War II. And this is really important to her because her father and two of her brothers passed away during the war. And this is why she was also a co-founder of Black History Wales. So in closing, Black Welsh people have contributed to their communities in a number of ways that will continue to have a lasting impact on future generations. I would like to thank McNair. I would especially love to thank my mentor, Dr. Amar Ali, for helping me, and my library mentor. These are my references. Thank you for sitting with me.
Thank you, Quayla. This concludes the presentations for the second panel, Research Addressing Equity Through Cultural Geography. Thank you to all of our presenters. You all did a wonderful job. At this time, I will pose questions from the live chat feed to our presenters. So will all the presenters please turn on their camera and remain muted until you are acknowledged. As before, I will pose one question to each scholar, starting with the first presenter, Adanna. Adanna, Do you think the concept of moral acceptability will change people's view of what is deemed authentic?
Yes, I definitely do think so, only because in regards to the artists and consumers, I believe it's a very important component that we should all consider. And I feel like it's becoming more prevalent every day in modern day culture. And once we explore these thought processes regarding authenticity, then we'll definitely know. I do believe so.
Thank you, Adanna. Josh, have you looked at the way in which the educational initiatives you talked about have impacted the current state of education in Western North Carolina?
Yeah, so a lot of my research, I try to just confine it to looking at the 1960s specifically, but a lot of the programs and pieces of legislation that I looked at in my research are still standing today and definitely impact Western North Carolina. A big one of those being Head Start, still around, and the Elementary and Secondary Education Act of 1965 still impacts education today. And I would definitely say more geared to my research, looking at the poor population, I think there is more of a positive impact on that population in Western North Carolina today. And thanks to like what was passed and what was implemented in the 1960s.
Thank you. Kathy, what was the reason that you chose the specific separation distance for your plots? Do bees and other pollinators have a particular range in which they can pollinate?
Yeah, so I chose 500 meters because that's about the average that honeybees and other pollinators would forage for their food. There have been studies where bees go much further, say up to like 900 meters, even up to a few miles if they really need to. But I wanted to see whether, even if they can travel 500 meters, do they want to? Are the plants over there worth traveling to?
Interesting. And a question posed to Quayla. Can you compare and contrast your experience living in Wales and your experience in the United States as a Black person?
So see, something that was really fun about the experiences when I was going over there is the difference between living in the South and going down the street and waving at someone and being like, hey, and knowing that someone looks like me, and then going to Wales. And for my whole entire first month of being in Wales, I did not see another Black person. And it was like a shocker for me because I sat there and I was like, hey, where am I going to see someone who looks like me, right? But the thing about the UK is that we're very much kind of like siblings on the problems that we face. A lot of the similar things is like we're going through like a battling, talking about racial things in school, right? There's a lot of legislation about that. Whereas Wales has recently mandated that by 2022, they'll start putting history about Black and minority ethnic people in their curriculum, right? And so we see that just the same as in the US, although the UK does like to put up a front that they're not racist or that they don't have these problems, a lot of the same things are happening. So it was kind of like doing my research and seeing the parallels of in the education system, right? You are used as someone who's the main perspective for your race because you're the only one there, which is something that also happens in the US. So it was just like a lot of things were different. I had to go like 2 hours to get my hair done, fun stuff like that. But definitely like a lot of the big rooted problems, they're very, very similar. So that's just something that I found after being over there for a couple of months.
Thank you for sharing your experience about that. We have time for another round of questions. So going back to Adanna, what were some of the challenges doing this research in a virtual setting?
Yeah, so I'd say regarding studying adults, there weren't many challenges as I feel administering a survey online was probably the easiest way to collect data. However, we were interested in running this on children, but it would have been almost impossible to do that online. But we do still have plans to run it on children, just more in a live setting. So yeah, I'd just say that.
Okay, another question posed for Josh. In your opinion, what do you think can be done to solve the discrepancies in education? What combination of factors do you think could solve these issues?
Yeah, so that is a very complex issue, there's a lot of different factors to that, but in the context of Western North Carolina, I think it's very important to look at the nature of the region and look at the conditions people are living in, because you just can't implement programs and policies on a broad basis and think they're going to work. You really have to learn about who the people are and the way they live their lives and the way they can learn. But also something I gained from my research, I think a community-based approach is really important, and to really get the community behind the programs and policies that are being implemented. Because if you don't have community support for something, the impact is really not going to be there, and it's not going to be very impactful the way it needs to be. So I think those are some things that really need to be looked at when implementing educational policy and programs.
And along those same lines, could you share some of your own experiences in the educational system, being from that region, some of the stereotypes you might have faced?
Yeah, absolutely. I think just like broadly, I think a lot of people think that the quality of education differs if you're from like the Western region of North Carolina and from the mountain region. Maybe there's a stereotype that the quality of education is not as great and the things that are being taught is skewed or, not true, which in some cases that is true. And I've experienced that myself. But I would say that my educational experience was great, but I do think that if there was more focus on the Western region of North Carolina on an educational sense, that the quality of education could be better for all the students. And even the adult population that lives in the region could benefit from a renewed focus on education, because there's a lot of people that either drop out of high school or they don't attend post-secondary education. And so they're not gaining the skills and the experience they need to go into an industry that's competitive today in the 21st century.
Thank you for sharing your personal experience tied to your research. Another question posed to Kathy is it possible that bees would travel to the other plots that are not directly adjacent?
Yeah, so since the two plots are located 500 meters apart, and there's only beehives at one plot, they will definitely travel as far as they need to gather. Since July is like their prime season, you can see honeybees much further than my plots, and they'll go to like wild plants, and sometimes they'll even go to my specific lavender and bee balm plants to get food. So they'll go wherever they need to get it.
And another question, your research was quite laborious in terms of having to till the ground, so to speak. So when did you start this process of the garden? And I know you said this research is ongoing, that the bloom season is around June. And so when do you plan to complete the process of the project?
So the very fun thing about my project was it took a lot of meticulous planning. And even then, there are a lot of variables like Mother Nature just doing her own thing. So I started early spring, I think around March, just to find the location. And this was really hard because I needed to take in account, is the sun going to shine in this area? And since it was still kind of cold then, it was like, the sun might not shine directly here now, but later in the season, it might be complete full sun. So that's something I need to take into account. And then after I found my location, I had to put tarp down, which took 2 weeks to a month. And the thing with that tarp is it had to be above, I believe, 70 degrees Fahrenheit. So it had to be hot in order for the tarp to work. If it was cold, which it was, it would take longer than 2 weeks to cook the ground. And then I had to sod cut the ground, which took 2 separate days. And I had a bunch of people come out and help me, which I'm very thankful for, because I would not have gotten this far without them. And then the plants need lots of care, and I had to understand North Carolina weather very well in order to make this happen. My 2 plants are completely different plants. They are not in the same family, so they grow at different rates. My lavender is probably about 24 inches tall. Meanwhile, my bee balm is like over 3 feet tall. So it took a lot of different factors to put it in, and a lot of gardening to make it happen.
It sounds like you definitely had the green thumb. So going to Quayla, how do you think your research would have been impacted if you're able to be in Wales to conduct your research?
I really love that question because that's something I would really love to do. One of my biggest challenges while doing this research was that I was so far away, and putting my hand into international travel. It was definitely the distance, but also because I was studying such a small population. And something that I really enjoy to do is speaking to the people. Like, my favorite part is the interviews where we get to see like exactly what you're saying. So I think it'd be different because I would be able to physically reach out and kind of be on the field, right? If I know I have friends in Wales, and then being able to say like, hey, like, let's just take a trip down to Cardiff today and see if we find people, and, and being in the atmosphere, that's also another thing. Being in someone's home or being near someone's home is a totally different atmosphere than you being over Zoom, and then, trying to be around the culture, which is something else you can learn from, like being in that environment, how people live and how that culture impacts them, and how to talk to them based on how that culture impacts them. And I think that would have been such a fun little thing a fun big thing to do for my project. So that's something I hopefully can do in the future, maybe do some kind of study in Wales. But I definitely know that it would have shaped my project a lot differently if I was able to be on the field to do it.
And also a quick shout out to Quayla. She is in the process of applying for the Fulbright Scholarship. So we are wishing her great support with that, with her help of Dr. Ali McNair, and also with the fellowships office here at UNCG. So one question to pose everyone. So the last panel, I asked the question, the most difficult part of the research process. For you all, my question is the most enjoyable part of the research process. So we'll go in order of presenters. So we'll start with Adanna, followed by Josh, Kathy, and then Quayla.
Hey, that's a great question. Honestly, I really want to say the entire process of the research. It was just amazing to just go through the steps, like even building the survey and editing it. And then like once we ran it and we got the data, and we just found so many cool different findings we didn't even think about, like, whoa, like this is interesting for future studies. And then writing the paper, I was like, oh, this is an interesting aspect. We didn't even think about this. So yeah, the whole part was enjoyable for me. I'd probably say the data collections and hearing people's responses and how they all differed. And I'm just definitely interested to see how children differ with it too. So yeah.
For me, I'd say the most enjoyable part was actually getting to do some in-person work. I was able to go to UNC Chapel Hill and Appalachian State University to do like primary source-based research and go in their archive and look at collection material, which is really cool because it's a really good skill for someone that's doing historical research to be able to do. And that's a big part of it, is that in-person component. And I wasn't sure I was going to be able to do that due to like COVID regulations and things like that. But to have that opportunity was really cool. And then to come back and talk to my faculty mentor, Dr. Bolton, about it was really cool, just to like have a conversation about what I found. So yeah, that had to be definitely the best part of my research process and experience.
I believe for me, I think my favorite part was just seeing my end result. Since my work took a lot of basically manual labor since, the beginning of the year, just planning it out and then doing the work to see, my plants just, when I got them, they were about 4 inches tall, and to have my plants be over like a meter tall now, they're like, some of them are like almost up to like half my height. So that's really like fun to see when they're all like together in the field, and to see, the native pollinators and the honeybees come to a place where before it was just plain like soccer field grass, to now see them just really happy that there's so much food around. And I've been very happy to see like hummingbirds come by. I've seen like beautiful, beautiful hummingbirds come and just like come eat food. Just butterflies, just all types of things just come and gather food. So it's been a real treat.
I have to say, my favorite part was probably when, after obtaining so much information in my head, I was able to make like a teacher's curriculum for it. And that's like kind of the teacher in me. And so it became really fun because in my brain, it was like, well, if I was in Wales right now and I had to teach my students about Black history, about Black Wales, what would I say? And then that became like a big part of how I navigated my project, right? Like transferability and how this could be helpful to like other people. So seeing that in my head, like, yeah, like I can't find this easily, but now hopefully someone can. And that really, really excited me to have that kind of end result, and that maybe perhaps people will be able to like know, like there are amazing Black Welsh people who contribute to their societies.
Awesome. Quick question for Kathy. Did you get stung by a bee by any chance?
So that is actually the inside joke in my lab. I have never been stung by a bee before. I've never been stung by a wasp. And every time I come to the field, that's like something that I like to tell everybody, like I still haven't been stung yet, and everyone's like, when you finally get stung, we'll be initiated. But I like to talk to the bees while I'm there. I like to let them know that, hey, I'm in your space, please excuse me. And, like they're very docile. They won't, just come and attack you for no reason. So, yeah.
Like the saying goes, don't start none, there won't be none, right? Thank you to everyone for this panel. One thing I'm seeing in both panels is that you personalize your research. You have some kind of personal connection with your research. And I can see that in how you present and the passion that is coming out of that. So I want to thank you all for a great second panel. And we will now take our break. So what's going to happen is our presenters from this Zoom call will leave the Zoom meeting, and you'll go back to support your peers in the live YouTube. And then we'll transition the other panelists after that. So we will reconvene at, I believe, 1 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. We are now ready to reconvene with the third group of scholars. Unfortunately, two of our scholars, Antasia Bell and Makaya Tillery, are unable to join us today due to unforeseen events. So we'll have two panelists for this panel. So this includes research addressing the conceptualization of discrimination faced by the minoritized. Our first presenter is Asia Benton. Asia, her major is marketing, and Asia will speak about minority consumer power.
Hi, thank you so much. Hi, everyone. My name is Asia Benton, and today I will be presenting on the minority consumer power and examining the use and impact of minority images in marketing and branding. So, next slide. These are just my citations that I used in the presentation today. And I wanted to start off by giving a brief introduction of why I chose this topic. So it's been a big topic currently arising in the media. And since 2018, especially last year in 2021, there's been a rise in minority depictions in images, in marketing, and in media. And I wanted to see why that was coming about. And I wanted to dig deeper in depth in that as a marketing student to see where this has coming from, the history behind it, and why has it beginning to occur. And I found that through looking through minority marketing trends and minority marketing research past and present, that it's due to an increase in purchasing power of the minority dollar. Though when looking into why this was coming about and trying to understand minorities' views and understandings of these depictions of themselves in the media, I found that there was a lack of research actually conducted on minorities' feelings and perspectives of these types of advertisements. So I decided to enable to investigate minority depictions and their viewpoints, that we need to go into deeper about actual minority perspectives and actually gain insights on their views. So in this research, the goal was to identify minority perspectives and understand their viewpoints. To do this, I developed a qualitative research survey, and utilizing it and building it in a way similar to an interview. So in doing so, I used the photo elicitation method, which utilizes, which main focus is to get people's natural reactions in the moment, usually in verbal methods. But in terms of this study, it was through a written response, in hopes to get the same responses and getting that same in-depth understanding of the participants. The participants in this survey were specifically Latinx or African-American individuals, just for the context of minorities in this study, because minorities can branch out into other races and cultures as well. And to do my analysis of this, I did an inductive analysis. And an inductive analysis is basically we take a bunch of common themes among the groups and see what's in common and any similarities that there may be having. So here are just the images that were used in my research. The Aunt Jemima pancake brand from a while ago, made the early 1900s. The current Aunt Jemima pancake brands, as well as branding efforts by Coca-Cola in an ad for Mexican-American heritage run. And all the ads, people were not giving any background information about the ads before being presented them. So in my results, I found that stereotypes, mixed feelings, and a lack of cultural sensitivity was common among the participants, that they felt like those were the biggest things that were commonly they were seeing, and that they felt adversely to, or they may not have felt anything to. So in terms of stereotypes, one specific quote that stood out to me was, I feel like the company used a POC body to fit an image to make a profit, which is so squeamish, meaning that they use a person of color's body to fit an image in order to promote a good and a service in an area. And it just kind of was just goes to show that minorities are very mindful of stereotypes and they pay attention to them in media. Another thing, which I said before, was the mixed feelings. Many people, one person stated, I simply like the brand. Yes, they exploit labor, but this brand has always had a major Black and Brown audience to cater to. So in this, I chose this one because it shows that even though that, people may have past values or past understandings or feelings about a brand, even though they may have other implications in research, they tend to care more. They may tend to lean more towards the brand that they already, understand, no matter what they are seeing, which was very interesting. And then lastly was the lack of cultural sensitivity. Many people felt that throughout the depictions that it wasn't culturally sensitive. And this one, the quote I chose was, negatively because minority brands in America are rooted in racism, meaning that they felt like majority of brands are rooted in racism, and instead of trying to adapt to them, they just keep using those images and trying to move past them instead of addressing those issues, which was stated by this person in this quote, which I thought was very interesting, that people were noticing that, and they were able to pick up on that just by viewing these depictions. So from these results, I revealed future implications for research into what minorities would like to see in cultural branding, due to the fact that they noticed the stereotypes and that they noticed had mixed feelings and felt like there was a lack of cultural sensitivity. It'd be important to look more into depth of what they would like to see and what may be better to understand what may not be as culturally offensive. And it provides areas of research for marketers to better understand these groups that they're trying to appeal to. Another thing was to investigate the differences between stereotypes and cultural branding, and understanding how you can unuse the minority depictions in a way that is respectable, and investigating what that actually looks like and what that may mean. And furthermore, it's to look into in-person interviews in the future instead of a qualitative study, in order to get better insights on what people actually want to see. I feel like a survey is good to understand the holistic perspective, but in-person interviews would allow that more detailed information that may be needed to better, I'm so sorry, better understand the concept. So in conclusion, I found that minorities are mindful of how they are presented and have opinions on the matter of which they are presented. More research should be done on minorities in order to gain their perspective in advertising efforts and to gain better feedback. I wanted to send out an acknowledgement to Ms. Dr. Chanel James. She was great along this whole process and really helping me understand the difference between qualitative and quantitative research, as well as all the McNair staff and students for being super supportive throughout this process. And yes, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Asia, for that interesting research. Our next presenter for this panel is Cora Thorner. Cora is a double major in political science and communication studies. She will speak about crisis of separation and disconnection in student-teacher relationships and classroom community.
Hello, thank you today for joining me. My name is Cora Thorner, and I will be presenting Crisis of Separation and Disconnection in Student-Teacher Relationships and Classroom Community. My faculty mentors for this project is Dr. Kristen Chrisman and Dr. Jessica McCall at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro. This research examines the impact of COVID-19 on students and higher education. More specifically, we are looking at the presence or lack of acknowledgement and recognition that students received from professors during COVID-19 and how it impacted their educational experience. This research survey follows initial research done by Dr. Chrisman and Dr. McCall by taking a closer look at socioeconomic factors and ethnicity on the presence or lack of acknowledgement and recognition that students received from professors during COVID-19. For this study, we conducted a survey that included the breakdown of demographic information, how COVID-19 impacted students' lives, and looking at acknowledgement and recognition or lack of by professors towards students. For this research study, I have to highlight and give credit to Michael Hyde's definition of acknowledgement, which is the root of our study. For the purpose of the study, we define acknowledgement as an act that provides ongoing attention, time, and openness for the development of a caring and supportive relationship. We consider that acknowledgement goes beyond recognition, whereas recognition is seen as, hey, how are you? And you reply with good, how are you? Acknowledgement offers more time and genuine appreciation for others. Again, this is inspired by Michael Hyde's work. Our overall preliminary results, as this study is still ongoing, we received over 300 responses, but our sample size consisted of 256 participants who actually met the criteria. So as you can see, we had a very large group of sample population to collect data from, as well as a very diverse in terms of ethnicity and other demographic challenges. So the top 3 challenges that students faced were mental health challenges, physical health challenges, and decreased employment hours. Overall, majority of respondents felt isolated from peers and faculty staff during the COVID-19 pandemic. 64% responded yes, that they did receive acknowledgement from at least one of their professors during COVID-19 when we were in online instruction, while 36% responded no. In comparison to prior to COVID-19, when we were in our normal in-person learning, 62% responded yes, that they did receive acknowledgement from at least one of their instructors, while 38% responded no. And as you can see, the percentages are not far off from one another, but there is still a greater need and a greater need for acknowledgement to be achieved. And you would think that since we moved to online instruction, that acknowledgement would be needed more, considering that students are living through a pandemic. But as you can see, there was not much of a difference from in-person learning to online instruction. For the purpose of this presentation, I want to look at one of the factors that we found when analyzing our research, which is socioeconomic status. We looked at low-income students versus middle and upper-income students respondents. There was more middle and upper-income respondents that said they received acknowledgement from at least one professor compared to low-income students. We also found that middle and upper-income students were more very satisfied with the acknowledgement that they received prior to COVID-19 and during COVID-19 in comparison to the low-income student satisfaction level with the acknowledgement that they received pre-COVID and during COVID. There was also more low-income students that said acknowledgement from professors was very important in comparison to middle to upper-income students. So as you can see, there is a greater need for acknowledgement from professors to low-income students. And acknowledgement is being perceived higher in middle and upper-income students, but the importance of acknowledgement and how it impacts them as a student and impacts their academic career, low-income students value that more, essentially. A theme we found with socioeconomic status is one of the questions we asked was, how does acknowledgement from college instructors support or benefit you as a student? One of the common themes from the responses was care. Professors' acknowledgement of their students is important because it reveals that they care about the student as an individual and that they notice them. That was a response from a middle to upper income respondent. It lets me know they actually care and are in it to help us grow rather than just being there for a paycheck. Also, that I don't have to struggle to complete a class. That consideration means so much. Everyone has different things going on in life, and it can affect other parts of life, such as school. So having someone there that cares goes a long way. And that was a direct quote from a low-income respondent. So as you can see, the need for care is there for both socioeconomic status students. However, the way that they describe the care and how it impacts them is definitely different from middle to upper income students to low income. Overall, we asked an open-ended question: in what ways did you feel acknowledged? Students said they felt acknowledged when professors were accommodating, when professors held Zoom meetings and did wellness checks, when professors reached out to students and when they were lenient with the deadlines, and when they felt like their work was being praised. We also asked students, how does acknowledgement benefit you as a student? Respondents said they felt motivated when they received acknowledgement from professors. It made them feel like the professors actually cared about them. They felt important and they felt seen. They also said that their work felt validated and themselves felt validated, and it helped them develop a more important relationship with the professor. So you may be wondering, why is this all important? This study, I think, is the start of bridging the gap between students and professors and having a more positive relationship. Now we can actually see that the actual student's relationship with the professors impacts the student's academic career. As you know, we've navigated our lives through the pandemic recently, and that brought on a whole set of other challenges that many students had faced. And so whether we were pre-COVID or during COVID, that need of acknowledgement was still always there and needed. And students felt very important and they felt more engaged with the class and with learning when they felt like acknowledgement was there. Thank you so much. Below you will see the future direction that we plan to take with this study. As I said, this study is still ongoing. We are still looking at different factors and different results that we receive. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact myself or my faculty mentors below. Again, I want to thank Dr. McCall and Dr. Chrisman for being my faculty mentors and helping me through this process. I also want to thank the McNair staff and my cohort for just the support and everything. So thank you all.
Thank you, Cora. So this concludes our presentations for the third panel. Due to the absence of two scholars, the research areas for this particular panel was the conceptualization of discrimination faced by the minoritized. So I would like to thank again Cora and Asia for presenting during this panel. So at this time, I will pose questions from the live chat to our presenters. So I have one question for Asia. Do you have any examples of some brands that may have good depictions of minorities? And how do you believe brands can change their narratives for the better?
So I did have with good depictions. Originally, which I did not get to enter, was a video of Nike, and it was a Nike ad presented by, not Nike, an NFL ad, and which they were reaching out to an NFL and other people, encouraging them to, fight for Black Lives Matter, supporting them not only on the court, but outside the court as well, outside the field as well. And in that was results. There was also some mixed feelings, but it was found that overall, it just had a positive impact on people, that they felt like people were, that they were being acknowledged and that they were being represented in a great way. So I did have a positive one as well. And what was the second question? Sorry, I don't want to lose it.
Yes, the other part of the question is, how do you believe brands can change their narratives for the better?
The best thing I think that they can do is just truly seek to understand who they are marketing to, doing research, and actually incorporating it inside their focus groups. Most things in marketing doesn't get passed without a trial, or a trial anyway, or some type of testing group. So maybe focusing those testing groups and more so on opinions and perspectives of the ads before they're actually placed can really help them change the narrative and the displayment of the minorities in their media.
Do you think people's perception, that is those who are marketing the products, their perception of Black people as uneducated, meaning that, they're not smart enough to get this, or something like of that nature? Do you think the perception of how educated a minority person is, particularly a Black person, affects the marketing agenda?
I think it does, because another implication that was in the research was that it seemed though as respondents who may have some type of background or understanding about a topic's feelings were a little bit more adversely towards something than someone who may not know so much. First, for example, the Hispanic Heritage Month ad, a lot of the respondents were that were not Latinx did not really see the problem with that tattoo, or maybe see the adverseness of it, compared to someone who has knowledge of that and maybe a knowledge of the stereotype that associated with tattoos in Hispanic people. They took it more so that it was more negatively. So I feel like if marketers are knowledgeable of those facts as well, and are able to gain knowledge of it and do more research on it, they would be able to better present themselves in that light, or better be mindful of those things. So I do believe it is very much a lack of knowledge thing. And there needs to be more knowledge about it. And it needs to be, I feel like, maybe a requirement, even if you're going to be using depictions or usages of people, that you do this type of research on what may affect them or what may be negatively viewed.
Yes, thank you. Moving on to a couple questions for Cora. How can professors bridge the gap between students and professors in terms of acknowledging them?
Thank you for that question. That's a really great question. And that's something that we've been looking at too, but a lot of it comes down to the connections being more genuine. As I said, students felt acknowledged when professors, granted it was during COVID, but held Zoom hours to talk about, how themselves as a student is doing, to make them feel like they're not just another person in the class or just another number in the seat, whereas professors are really genuinely concerned about how the student is doing holistically and how that can affect their academics and stuff. So I definitely think students taking more time, professors taking more time to ask those questions, as well as professors being vulnerable and being open and honest about the things that they're struggling with, giving out resources that they know can help students on campus, or just sharing what has worked for them in the past. I know for me specifically, being a student, a lot of my genuine connections with my professors came through them being vulnerable and us sharing our own stories and things that we were dealing with and stuff. So.
Thank you. Another question for you, Cora. So the main factor that you focused on was socioeconomic. What about addressing race and ethnicity and acknowledgement? What are your predictions of how that research would come out?
Yes, definitely. That's definitely one of the next factors that we plan on looking at in depth more and seeing what statistically stood out to us. As I said, we had a lot of responses, and 60% of the responses were white and 24% were Black, and 9% were Hispanic, identified as Hispanic. So we had a very diverse group of responses. Now, as far as what I think we're going to find, I think for the most part, I think a lot of it is going to be maybe the different types of issues that matter to students during them. We asked the questions such as, what issues were most important to you during this time, such as, COVID-19, political issues that were going on in 2020, Black Lives Matter movement and stuff. And so I definitely think that maybe those answers will differentiate. However, overall, I think with all of us being students, I think the bottom line of students wanting acknowledgement and the way that they perceive it is going to be pretty consistent across the board.
I think for myself, before I entered this role as the associate director of the McNair program, I was a lecturer in the chemistry department. And one thing I find challenging is acknowledging students because of the size of my classes. I taught introductory chemistry courses, and so those class sizes tend to be a little larger. And so are there ways, what do you think are ways to help acknowledge students in a large class setting, which could be challenging to do so?
Definitely. And like I said, there are a lot of factors that go into acknowledging students, like you said, different disciplines and different class sizes. But I think overall, I think having the ways set up so that students can feel acknowledged in different ways. So as I said, professors held different Zoom meetings, office hours, because although students will have to come to you, having different ways. I know professors also sent out Google Forms for students to fill out and stuff. So being able to gauge that. Not all students will want or need that every level of acknowledgement that maybe another student needs, because we're all battling different things, we're all doing and going through different things, and we all handle things differently. However, I think having the different avenues of ways to reach students will really across the board help overall with impacting students, whether it's sending out resources on campus and giving tips. And then also I think professors reaching out to students who you may see struggling, or students who are very quiet in your class and things like that, and just to open up those lines of communication. I think one thing for me, it was very impactful when professors wanted to know, like, what's your plans after undergrad? Like, let me see if I have any connections or, any tips and things like that. And then being able to meet other classmates who are on the same trajectory and having those conversations in class was very impactful.
Thank you so much for sharing that topic. One person from the chat just wanted to make a comment saying that they think this is so important as we're working back to pre-COVID classes. as we come back to in-person and more in-person and hybrid classes as opposed to fully online classes. So this is good information to know in future with helping bridge the relationship between the professor and student moving forward, hopefully beyond COVID years. So one question I want to pose to the both of you is, based on your research experience throughout SRI, what would you do differently, if anything? And I will pose it to Asia and then Cora.
One thing I would do differently is gathering my samples before I started, like not samples, but like my participants, like more emails before I started, because I didn't think about the impact of COVID, I guess, on my research too much. And I think that affected like my respondents pool a little bit more, especially even with the style of just the amount that I had to type. But overall, though, I think that it was a really good experience to just learn like about how to navigate research and the types of things that we may have to deal with and be able to prepare and adjust to. And just taking those extra steps to do that little bit of extra research and getting that extra knowledge to make sure that we're developing it right. I feel like it was overall just a great experience and like a stepping stone into what research will look like and what types of things to be prepared for in future research. So.
I would say for me, I don't think that there is much I would change about the whole experience. I'm grateful that I had 2 faculty mentors to work with, and they, with them having the experience of what research looks like, they were able to pace me well. I will agree, I think Nicole said it earlier, having open-ended responses and getting 250 to 300 responses, that can be overwhelming, and it can be a lot to read, a lot to dissect and stuff. So I think that's the only thing that I think kind of surprised me, is the amount of responses that we got and having to analyze the different data, plug in different factors such as socioeconomic and race and ethnicity. If anything I would change, I think just maybe pacing myself even more and stuff like that, because that was definitely something that I'm grateful that I was able to lean on my faculty mentors. But overall, I definitely think that would have changed a little bit of like the way I was feeling.
Thank you both to Asia and Cora. And by the way, Cora mentioned Nicole. That's the same person as Portia. So she goes by Nicole as well. At this time, we'll have a longer break due to the shortened panel. So this would be a great opportunity to take a lunch break before our final panel, which will have 6 panelists. So we will reconvene back here at 2:30. Thank you, and I have to give a hand clap to both of our panelists for this session. I'll see everyone in about an hour. Welcome back, everyone. We are now ready to reconvene with the fourth group of scholars. Our fourth and final panel for today includes research addressing scientific exploration of populations and structures that impact society. So we definitely saved the best for last. Okay, I'm a bit biased because my background is in chemical engineering and chemistry, and all of our 6 presenters are from the natural sciences. So the first presenter is Ahmad Romero. Ahmad is a biology major, and he will speak about antioxidants and protecting the epigenome.
I'm assuming that's my cue. Okay. Okay. Hello, I am Ahmed Romero, and this is Antioxidants and Protecting the Epigenome. So epigenetic modification is a complex matter because it does not follow the traditional patterns of DNA sequencing for inheritance. As you can see here, just somebody eating badly in their lifetime can affect their offspring through epigenetic alterations. And this is just one example. There's many stressors that can translate to, disease phenotype, as in like people that drink a lot or smoke a lot. Even though it seems like it doesn't affect you, it will go on to the next generation due to epigenetics. Your body remembers everything. So epigenetics is a field of study where the inherited changes and gene expression have nothing to do with the primary DNA sequence. So far, it is only understood that histone modification and DNA methylation are some of the only things that can cause epigenetic modification. Interestingly enough, this happens through histone acetylation, and in this figure, you can see both. So what is methylation? Methylation is simply the addition of a methyl group, CH3, to cytosine. This is an act in DNA methylation, which is known as a heritable epigenetic alteration, potentially leading to many forms of cancers as well as cardiovascular diseases. So here we can see the effects of oxidation and epigenetic modification caused from the iron pool, because in the extracellular space and a lot of cells, there is constant interactions between chemical ions causing gradients, and the excess here is known to cause DNA damage response, which is one of the causes for epigenetic modifications. So oxidative stress is a normal phenomenon. However, excess amounts are linked to diabetes, cancer, male infertility, Alzheimer's disease, and Parkinson's disease. It's not the end of the world though, because antioxidants are known for their ability to neutralize reactive oxygen species, abbreviated as ROS, by donating an electron. This protects the cells from cytotoxicities caused by oxidative stress. I believe it is possible to silence epigenetic signatures left by methylation events caused by and histone K36. These are histone markers. And zinc. All right, forgive me. All right, this model here is in relation to upregulation and downregulation of the NRF2 and KEAP1 pathway. These are major players in epigenetic modification because NRF2 normally responds to DNA damage response, and this gives us the antioxidant type effects, which NRF binds to, activating the cytoprotective genes. So when it is upregulated, you can see here, it's upregulated through the inhibition of KEAP1. It's an inverse relationship, push and pull. So yeah, here you see there's no DNA methyl marks on the NRF2. This is normally where the histone modifications occur. Acetylation is when the histone tails are open. However, even though these are open and permissible to gene transcription, there's very low possibility of modification happening because of the lack of marks. And here you can see the downregulation of the NRF2 gene, which is in response to cytoprotective genes and oxidative stress. And while only one acetylation mark is open, it will most likely have some type of malignant response due to the amount of DNA methylation marks. So I believe my experiment will be successful as long as I can mitigate oxidative stress, which is correlated to epigenetic modulation. And here we can see acetylation and methylation from another perspective. So for my experimental design, it was modeled with the intentions of mimicking the smoker's lung. For my experiment, I plan to grow a cell culture of human bronchial cells dosed with delta-9, a cannabinoid, which will be the chemical stressor used in my experiment. The cells will be dosed with a lethal amount of delta-9 and various antioxidant concentrations. And I'll be using MTT assay that will test cell viability, so I'll know the ideal antioxidant concentration. All right. From there, the cell line will be ran through multiple protocols that I've mastered over the summer: DNA, RNA extraction, cDNA synthesis, qPCR, and gel electrophoresis. My gene targets will be HO1, GPX4, NRF2, KEAP1, and KDM5B, all genes associated with oxidative stress. So why is this significant, you ask, about oxidative stress and methylation? Well, epigenetic alterations are one of the main causes for the chromosome malfunctions that we see in the human genome, such as Down syndrome on the left or autism on the right. So simple consumptions of plastic or pesticides on your foods that you don't wash up can end up not affecting you directly, but maybe going into your genome and giving the cells the right amount of methylation needed in the next generation to mess with the methylated regions of CPG islands. In a human and a regular person, these CPG islands are unmethylated. However, in people like this, they're extremely methylated, and that is where the modifications occur. And hopefully I can prevent things like this. These are my references, and I would like to give a shout out to Ramji Bhandari, because without him, this would not be possible. And to one of my peers, Megan Dolderon, who taught me everything I know about cell culture. And for the record, this is a I will be continuing my work until the next semester, until I graduate, because this is a very complex experiment. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Ahmad, for the very complex type of research that's important for society. The next presenter is Alvaro Alvarez. Alvaro is a double major in biochemistry and biology. He will speak about quantifying mRNA gene expression in hypoxia-tolerant bullfrogs.
Hi, my name is Alvaro, and like Dr. Weber just said, I will be presenting on quantifying mRNA gene expression of different calcium transporters, receptors, and channels in hypoxia-tolerant bullfrogs. And what we found was that natural hypoxia tolerance is associated with a decrease of calcium-regulating genes. All right, so the brain requires oxygen and glucose to produce energy to survive. So what happens when the brain lacks these essential needs? Such events occur in pilots at high altitudes where there is little to no oxygen, people who overdose and stop breathing, and even people who have ischemic strokes in which oxygen cannot reach the affected parts of the brain. These events create something we call energetic stress, which is exactly what it sounds like. Your brain is under a lot of pressure to obtain oxygen to keep going. Imagine your car being completely out of gas. It would, of course, no longer run. This situation is similar, except unlike the car, where putting in gas fixes the problem, if there is no glucose or oxygen for even a few minutes, damage can be irreversible and potentially lead to death. So, what is being done about this? Well, in the Santon lab, we study the American bullfrog, and it does something pretty cool and interesting. So if you look at the picture here next to the nice bullfrog, it shows a group of neurons from its brainstem that control its breathing. You can see here that we start removing the oxygen, and when we do, after a few minutes, starting here, it goes completely silent. Essentially, the bullfrog at this point has no activity. However, if you take a look at the picture to the right, we take away the oxygen, but it still functions. So the question now becomes, what allows the frog to become essentially immune to a lack of oxygen and glucose and make it go from a dead, fried brain to essentially what we consider a super brain? To answer this question, though, we must first consider what causes the cell to die in the first place. So when the brain is healthy, and here we have a healthy neuron, all behavior such as movements and even memory come about by electrical signals in the brain. These travel down the neuron cell, specifically the axon, and at the very end, they release something called neurotransmitters. Now, these neurotransmitters then open up this right here, this channel called the NMDA receptor. Basically, it allows calcium to move into the cell. To stop a signal, you need various channels, receptors, and transporters that move calcium out, and they have to function very precisely to return the calcium levels to baseline. You can see these green arrows everywhere moving, signifying calcium moving in or calcium moving out, as you see up here, and potentially even storing it in places such as the endoplasmic reticulum and the mitochondria. However, under energetic stress, electrical signals fire haphazardly, which causes too much neurotransmitter to be released, as you can see up here, eventually preventing other processes from even removing it, as you can see by these X's here. And of course, you also prevent it being sequestered into these areas like the endoplasmic reticulum. However, there's a high increase in the mitochondria, as you can see here. Too much calcium leads to other processes that are very toxic to the cell, and that eventually causes cell death. So at this point, we know that a lack of oxygen causes energetic stress, which causes excessive electrical signals, which then releases too many neurotransmitters that leads to too much calcium in the cell, killing it. As a quick summary, when genes are turned on or off, they typically produce more mRNA or less mRNA respectively. Essentially, those are just copies of genes. They're instructions to create proteins, and in our case, these are the receptors, channels, and transporters that regulate calcium. So knowing this, we then asked, could certain genes be turned on, creating proteins that act to get rid of any excess calcium in the cell, and or also turned off, creating proteins that prevent excess calcium from entering the cell. And the way we did this was by quantifying mRNA. So how did we do this specifically? We did this by a method called quantitative polymerase chain reaction, or qPCR. We essentially turn the mRNA back into DNA and then make more copies of the new DNA we recently synthesized. We also add something called a fluorescer, which gives off light under special conditions. And this allows us to better see how much of the DNA we're dealing with, letting us know if there's more or less of it, depending on which frog brainstem tissue we use, and if there is realistically any change at all. So what did we find? Well, based on our data, we found that there is some change in genes that allow for control of calcium. We manually identified 16 calcium regulating genes in the bullfrog genome, and then we ran qPCR for each of them. These graphs that you see here are just examples of the 16 calcium regulating genes. As you can see here, the green bars represent those that show frogs that have been hibernated, so hypoxia tolerant, while the blue ones represent frogs that did not. We expected that these 4 calcium regulating genes would decrease, as they did, because these genes specifically function to move calcium into the cell, and if they were to increase, that would suggest more calcium is moving to the cell, potentially killing it, but of course this doesn't happen. However, we did find other data that was collected that was completely unexpected and went completely against our hypothesis, and we're not entirely sure why this is the case. So the next steps that we have is to test whether these calcium regulators that did change do so because they truly contribute to hypoxia tolerance. This will be done by changing the duration of hibernation of the frogs we will test. So basically, in conclusion, based on our study, there is evidence some calcium regulating genes are decreased in the frog post-hibernation, but further studies to verify this will need to be conducted, and we hope to conduct those in the very near future. And these are my citations, and I would just like to thank everybody in the lab who helped make this possible. Special thanks to my faculty mentor, Dr. Joseph Santon, a really amazing mentor, really helped me and really helped me do the experiment. And so I'm just really grateful that he gave me an opportunity to do this in his lab. Thank you for taking time to hear my presentation.
Thank you, Alvaro. Our next presenter is Colby Borges. Colby is a biology major, and he will speak about antimicrobial effects of cinnamon on MRSA.
Hello, everyone. My name is Colby Borges, and I'm an undergraduate researcher here at UNCG in the Czech lab. Today, I'll be sharing with you my recent findings on the antimicrobial effects of a variety of cinnamon products against methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, also known as MRSA. You may not be aware of this, but in the past few decades, there has been an increase in antimicrobial-resistant bacteria, or AMR bacteria, which is becoming a serious concern to human health across the globe. Factors such as overprescription of antibiotics, coupled with their use in agriculture, have continued to contribute to the rise in AMR bacteria. Methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus, or MRSA, is a leading cause for illness and drug-resistant infections. In the US alone, there are 2 million illnesses and 22,000 deaths annually that are caused by AMR bacteria, and approximately 1/2 of these deaths are attributed to MRSA. Looking at the statistical prediction for 2050, it's that there will be nearly 10 million illnesses attributed to AMR bacteria. So to counteract the lack of potential treatment, natural products have offered a promising solution since they're so biodiverse. Plants have an array of defense mechanisms that are highly effective at combating bacteria and pathogens due to the production of specialized metabolites. I have decided to research further into cinnamon due to its promising chemical properties. Interesting enough, cinnamon has been used widely across Eastern traditional medicine, most commonly as treatment against diabetes. In the Malaysian traditional system of medicine, though, the leaves, stem bark, and stem wood of Cinnamomum cassia and verum are used as treatment against wound infections. So in order to identify cinnamon with antibacterial properties against MRSA, a diverse sample set of cinnamon were needed for screening. Now, using a principal component analysis, or PCA, 49 different cinnamon products were chosen for further study out of a variety of 80 different commercial grade products altogether. Cinnamon products were chosen based on product form and chemical profile. Product form can either be powder or stick, and chemical profile being their composition. Both of these scores represent the same samples. Graph 1, however, indicates the samples based on their C number, while also being flipped, whereas in graph 2, all the samples were color coordinated to highlight their representative species. So those circled in red were chosen for analysis. Chemical profiles can be distinguished by PC1 and PC2 on the axes, which indicate different features of the samples. So features here are just meaning chemical compounds. It's thought to believe that PC1 and PC2 represent cinnamaldehyde and potentially coumarin in our study. So in order to showcase a diverse sample set and highlight the importance of the chemical properties, we chose samples from an array of locations, with some of the species being Cinnamomum vermani, Cinnamomum verum, Cinnamomum cassia, and Cinnamomum lauri, as well as some botanicals. After cinnamon selection, samples were then prepared for extraction, and their crude extracts were used for antibacterial analysis. So all 49 samples were replicated as triplicates before being used in bacterial assays. Using AH1263, which is a MRSA strain, bacterial cultures were grown overnight for 24 hours in agar plates after being streaked, and a colony was seeded in tryptic soy broth, which was prepared using 400 milliliters of DI water and 20 grams of tryptic soy powder. Single colony cultures and tryptic soy broth were shaken overnight. After 20 hours, those overnight cultures were diluted in a ratio of 1:5 with growth media, and then shaken again for 2 hours to wake the bacteria up. Samples and bacteria were then plated on 96 well plates. Here is actually able to use 4 samples at a time with 3 process replicates. Both a bacterial and reference plate were needed for this process. The only difference is that the bacterial plate contains bacteria, whereas the reference plate does not. So it is used as a blank. All of the same 49 samples are being tested on both plates, and their process replicates are being used for triplicate injections. Plates were incubated for 24 hours in 37 degrees Celsius, and then their OD readings were taken after a 24-hour incubation period. OD meaning the optical density of the bacterial cultures, which were taken at a wavelength of 600 nanometers using a thermoscientific Genesis 20 UV visible spectrophotometer. Measuring the turbidity of both these plates creates a comprehensive analysis of the growth. Once the data was processed, I was then able to graph the percent of inhibition. Here is a beautiful example of berberine, which indicates 100% of inhibition of MRSA at both the 300 and 150 micrograms, meaning that berberine was able to actually completely inhibit the growth of MRSA at both of these concentration levels. Now, the data that I processed for cinnamon were not as beautiful, unfortunately, but that is okay since it is representation of a mixture and not a pure compound such as berberine. As you can see, there is still some inhibition nonetheless, ignoring my positive control, which is to the right of the graph, which is levofloxacin. We can see that there are a few samples with nearly 20% of inhibition on the crude extract at 10 micrograms. That being said, samples such as C46, C33, and C51 are all worthy of being processed further since they did show percent of inhibition. The biggest difference between some of those is like C33 showed inhibition at both the 100 micrograms and the 10 micrograms, which is a little bit more promising. So keeping this in mind, let's look into the future of things here. So, we have done some antibacterial analysis. I am now looking for the chemical profiles of these Cinnamomum samples. Again, I'm choosing particular cinnamon samples based off of the antibacterial data that I had just processed. So those of the most interest or have showed the most inhibition or inhibition at all will then be processed further to see their features. And we do this by using liquid chromatography mass spectrometry, or LCMS. And LCMS will just provide a better picture of these samples by showing the comprehensive chemical features that they offer. So using that, we can test these features for antibacterial data alone, which is basically just like zooming in on their chemical profiles and having less of a mixture. Once identified from that step, we can then isolate the compound for further study after several rounds of fractionation and antibacterial testing. As I do this, I'm actually planning to continue some DNA analysis of these samples so that a phylogeny of these species and their chemical profiles can be created. Highlighting a species' key features and chemical composition is important in indicating a difference between all of these cinnamons, either being differences in their species or differences between species alike. But I would like to give a big thank you to all my mentors, including Dr. Check and Dr. Manuel, for their guidance and expertise, because they've been a great help and none of this research could have been done without them. And I would also like to thank the McNair staff and cohort for being so supportive with me throughout this journey. And until then, I look forward to presenting more data in the future, and I thank you for listening today.
Thank you, Kobe. And I also want to commend you for having the confidence and courage to actually state what MRSA means. Because when I looked at your title, I was like, I'm going to say MRSA. The next presenter is Marianne Rares. Marianne's major is physics, and she will speak about the origins of carbon-based life.
Hello. Okay, there we go. My name is Marianne Juarez, and my faculty mentor is Dr. Alicia Arnio. So our project is on the chemistry of carbon monoxide and hydroxide in protoplanetary disks, and we focus on understanding the origin and evolution of materials required for the creation of life on a new planet once it has been formed. So it all begins with the molecular cloud, and it's a large and lumpy cloud full of cool gas molecules and dust. The densest part of the cloud pulls the nearby material together due to gravity. Soon the temperature rises until fusion can begin, and fusion is what powers the star. The simple reaction of two hydrogen atoms combining together sets the domino effect for life. So once fusion stops gravity from squeezing any more materials together, a star is born. Around the star is the remainder of the molecular cloud. The remaining cloud is spun into a disk surrounding the star, and this disk is where the planets will form as it houses important chemical compounds for life to exist. So we strive to understand the position of the chemical elements because their placements matter to the formation of the planets. There's a specific point in these disks where carbon monoxide and hydroxide are in the gaseous states before they reach their freezing point and become frozen molecules or simply get blown out of the disk due to the radiation of the star. So we're going to be focusing on carbon monoxide and hydroxide, despite the fact that there are numerous other important molecules and compounds that are necessary for planet forming. And this reason is because we're familiar with carbon-based and water-dependent life, such as us. And we also know that hydroxide was discovered in interstellar space and is believed to be a significant source of oxygen in an interstellar environment. And carbon monoxide is an incredibly common interstellar compound. It would be easy to find, so it served as an excellent starting point for our research. So we decided to use computational code for our work. We are using simulations because observations can be limited by the disk itself, as it is made of dust and gas that may obscure our view. So to analyze various stars and planet-forming disks, we have selected a sample of 18 stars with different mass, radius, and temperature as seen by this table here. We are using an open source transfer code called Taurus that is run on a specialized computer to simulate protoplanetary disk chemistry. So the simulations create a disk around a star with its size, dust and gas density, and chemical composition as set by me and my faculty mentor, Dr. Arnio, with the help of recent literature. I've also included a density map that we have created using VISIT to visualize the placement of the molecule in the disk and the density throughout the disk. And this one is specifically of carbon monoxide and star 4, which is 3 solar mass, 3 solar radii, and 10,450 Kelvin. But the meat of the search or the research is of these models, which are of the first star, which has a 2.5 solar mass, 2.5 solar radii, and 9,250 Kelvin. So from the models we've created, you can see carbon monoxides to the left and hydroxides to the right. It seems that carbon monoxide emission extends farther out of the outer edge of the protoplanetary disk, although hydroxide does extend out pretty far. There's just a heavier concentration of the compound in the inner edge near the center. It's also really noticeable that carbon monoxide seems to just have a really bright and excited loop rather than the models compared to hydroxide. Hydroxide seems to rather have a shadow loop of slightly excited material behind it instead. And we're just going to skip on down to the last star, which is 5 solar mass, 7 solar radii, and 18,000 Kelvin. And it can be seen that as the star grows in radius and temperature, the loop around the star very slowly grows and becomes brighter, meaning the material becomes more and more excited. As for hydroxide, it also grows, but the material just still isn't as excited as carbon monoxide. The shadow loop does continue to grow, but instead with just semi-excited material. So in general, the loops do appear to grow in size and density as the star grows in size and temperature. So for our conclusions, to further understand what we were seeing, we decided to create a couple of new models. And from these new models, it showed that the loops that we were seeing might actually just be optical illusions. So from our understanding, we know that the loop would not make sense because it would go through the midplane of the disk. And this midplane is actually the reason why we couldn't do observations, because the high density makes the disk midplane optically thick and opaque to most radiation. So from right now, we believe that these edge-on models are the most accurate. The loops aren't loops, but rather these little emitting material and radiation that goes off to the outer edge of the disk above and below, as seen here, right? So we have concluded that the life-forming planets will be pushed back away from the radiation of the star as it grows larger, but it's still near enough to receive the necessary molecules such as carbon to create planets and life. If we had more time, we would look at more carbon and oxygen-bearing materials and compare these models further and find more information about how the disk functions chemically. We would also have more evolved models of the disk to look at further details, such as the shadow loop of hydroxide, and investigate the true shape of these loops. But that is all for right now. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Marianne. Our next presenter in this panel is Quentin Merritt. Quentin is a double major in physics and mathematics. He will speak about heavy ion collisions.
Sorry about this. Hello all. As Dr. Baber said, my name is Quentin Merritt, and today I'm presenting about subevent cumulants in deuteron gold collisions at 200 gigaelectron volts. So quick introduction. In the first microseconds after the Big Bang, there existed this almost perfect fluid called quark-gluon plasma. And it is consisted of ordinary matter and hadronic matter, and it deconfined into its constituent quarks and gluons. And by perfect fluid, I mean it flows hydrodynamically under its own pressure, the lowest viscosity in the known universe. This perfect fluid, quark-gluon plasma, is also created in collisions of heavy nuclei, called heavy ion collisions. These collisions allow us to recreate the conditions of the early universe, like quark-gluon plasma, as well as hydrogenization, which is the phase transition from quark-gluon plasma to a hydron gas, and also Big Bang nucleosynthesis, which occurs later in the collision process, which could be of interest to other physicists in the near future. So I'm going to give you a few definitions first. So these collisions take place in an instrument called a collider, which is a place that collides particles together at very close to the speed of light. And housed inside a collider is an instrument called a detector, which gathers information about these collisions. Now, we can't necessarily look at these collisions specifically. So we have things called events, which is a detector level representation of a collision. And a good analogy is like, I'm a real person. And so I have all these different characteristics and qualities. If you take a picture of me, you can only see my physical characteristics and qualities. So what a detector, what an event is to a collision, a photo is to a real person. We also have a track. And a track is a detector level representation of a particle. So it only has a certain amount of qualities that we can look at, as opposed to the entire qualities that a particle holds. So for our analysis, we use event and track data from the FVTX detector at the Phoenix experiment at RHIC, which is the Relativistic Heavy Ion Collider at Brookhaven National Lab. And what we're looking at studying is the angular distribution of track data. So the way that this works is we're given track data, and Q vector algebra is performed on that track data to turn into a Q vector, and then other computations are performed on those Q vectors to turn them into correlators. And what I was given was a histogram of correlators averaged over a set of particular events. So we could see a particular trend of these correlators, and I did mathematics to turn those correlators into cumulants. So here are the mathematical definitions of the correlators. On the left-hand side, we have the 2-particle correlator, and on the right-hand side, we have the 4-particle correlator. And underneath each correlator, we see subscripts like AA, BB, and AB. And on the right-hand side for the 4-particle correlator, we have AABB and ABAB correlators. And what these are sub-event correlators. A sub-event refers to a collection of tracks from part of the event rather than the entirety of an event. And so using the AB 2-particle correlator as an example, the A sub-event occurs in the south arm of the FVTX detector, and the B sub-event occurs in the north arm of the FVTX detector, and the AB sub-event requires that one particle is in one arm of the detector and the other particle is in the other arm of the detector strictly. And so to perform analysis on the sub-event data, we use the ROOT framework in C++, which is published by CERN. And what ROOT is a library in C++ made specifically for heavy, high energy physics analysis with the object-oriented programming language C++. There was a particular file that I was given that houses all of the track data and correlator information. And I use that correlator information to calculate cumulants. And so in this picture below, we can see that we have the full event, full particle cumulant, which is given by this mathematical expression. And below, we have the particular C++ code that I wrote that turns this particular mathematics into code and allows us to do computation on the data that we were given. So there's a particular relationship between a cumulant and a Fourier coefficient. The Fourier coefficient itself allows us to look at the angular distribution of the particles themselves. And there can be complex and imaginary Fourier coefficient values depending on the sign of the cumulant values. So instead of calculating Fourier coefficients, we decided to strictly look at the cumulants because they are capable of giving us enough information about the angular distribution themselves. And here below, there are other examples about the ABAB subevent and the AABB subevent, 4-particle cumulant subevents that I turned into code myself. And so our research and for the research, as you can see here, we have a graph of the AABB four-particle cumulant, the ABAB four-particle cumulant, and the total four-particle cumulant event itself. And all of these events and the sub-events tend towards the same value on the graph with slight variation. So that suggests that the angular distribution in the sub-events is the same as the full event. But there are acceptance corrections needed to be sure that that what we think is happening is actually what's happening. But once those acceptance corrections are performed, it'll make the process easier to look at other light and heavy ion pairings, such as proton gold collisions and helium-3 gold collisions, which are other types of collisions that we desire to study after we do our acceptance corrections. Thank you very much, and there are going to be questions at the end, but keep them in mind after this presentation. Thank you. And shout out to my PI, Dr. Ron Belmont, for being so patient with me and helping me out so much during this process, and just like being there for me when I needed help. Thank you to the McNair faculty for for pushing all of us to do research and giving us all this opportunity. And special thanks to my cohort. Y'all are really awesome people, and y'all are really inspiring and really helped me out with my research process.
Thank you, Quentin. You did some very abstract, interesting work. So our final presenter in this last panel is Sky Kahuamani. Sky is a biology major, and he will speak about skeletal muscle involving in breathing from hibernating frogs.
All right. Nahampipele mekore mechenki hoe, everyone. Hello and good afternoon. My name is Sky Kaihuamani. I'm a senior biology student at the University of North Carolina at Greensboro, where I'm a McNair Scholar, obviously. My faculty mentor is Dr. Joseph Santon, and the title of my presentation is Use It or Lose It? Maybe Not. Enhanced Excitability and Maintenance of Force Output After a Month-Long Apnea in Frogs. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge that the University of North Carolina at Greensboro sits on the unceded territories of the Kiawe and Sara nations, whose descendants today are among several tribes across the Carolina, Virginia, Piedmont, and who maintain a relationship with this land. I encourage you to learn more about your local tribal communities by going to native-land.ca. To begin thinking about the problem at hand, let's imagine the body as a community. In our real world communities, when one city has more activity, it needs more housing, more energy, more resources. This is paralleled in the nervous system of vertebrates. Nerves that get used a lot, for example, ones associated with highly active muscles like breathing muscles, generally perform better than those that do not. Nerves are really good at this process, which is called neuroplasticity. This process ensures that the nervous system can meet the physical demands of the rest of the body. You can think of the nervous system like a power plant switchboard, routing the most power to the most active body parts. In most vertebrate systems, when muscles are unused for long periods of time, both neurons and muscles experience plasticity that decreases their performance, shown by Abraham and Bear. You're not going to send resources somewhere they won't be used. That brings us to bullfrogs. These remarkable creatures spend the winter underwater in hibernation. They're able to perform cutaneous respiration, or quote unquote skin breathing, during this time. And past research by Santon and Hartzler in 2016 revealed that they breathe normally when they come out of hibernation. It was also discovered in 2017 by Santon as well that frog motor neurons enhance their excitatory synaptic drive, meaning the part of the nervous system associated with breathing actually gets more power to it rather than less, despite less activity. We also know that breathing muscle generally atrophies rapidly when it goes unused. And so based on this information, we expected that frog breathing muscle would perform worse after cold acclimation, which is induced hibernation, compared to warm acclimated frogs. We chose the M. intermandibularis for its relative accessibility in the lower jaw and for its implication in the breathing cycle, shown by Weston Jones and Sakaki Bara. To experiment with the intermandibularis, I developed a completely novel dissection protocol using anatomical diagrams from Myers 2004. All muscles were dissected from frogs which were sacrificed in accordance with our institutional animal care and use guidelines and were approved for experimental use. The experimental protocol, including the stimulation protocol, was adapted from past physiology research on muscle strips from the mouse diaphragm by Hakeem C. 2019. Here you can see the force transducer setup with the muscle attached. So A shows the force transducer, C is the breathing muscle, the intermandibularis strung up, and B is the stimulator. Once the muscle is connected to the rig, we stimulate it with a voltage pulse, which is represented on the bottom. The top shows the trace of a single twitch, which is the muscle contracting in response to the single voltage. To assess absolute tetanic force, or the actual amount of force a muscle can produce, we used high-frequency stimulations to elicit multiple sequential contractions in a period of roughly 2.2 seconds. This begins at relatively low frequencies, with this image showing 3 Hertz, and increases until we see something like this, where the muscle no longer relaxes between pulses and the force reaches a maximum. This was typically elicited around 8 Hertz. And these are the findings of the experiments. In half or 3 out of 6 of the cold acclimated animals, we saw spontaneous contractions, meaning contractions without voltage stimulation, which you can see on this trace and in this GIF on the right. This is only seen in 1 out of 5 of the control animals. We normalized force to the cross-sectional area of samples collected and found that there was no significant difference in force production after induced hibernation. We also found that key aspects of force kinetics, namely relaxation time, twitch half-width, and latency, were all sped up after induced hibernation. Finally, we saw no significant difference in the ability to recover from fatigue before or after induced hibernation. We were really shocked to find no significant difference in force production and fatigue recovery after cold acclimation, since a decrease in these would point towards muscle atrophy. Our findings broadly suggest physiological and biochemical properties which promote function in these dormant breathing muscles. It is as though the body is priming for the animal's emergence in the spring so that there's no detrimental effect from hibernating to breathing. We are especially interested in uncovering the mechanisms by which relaxation time, twitch half-width, and latency, or force kinetics broadly, are sped up because these point to biochemical mechanisms for hyperexcitability, which can be assessed through real-time quantitative PCR. We're also interested in investigating how whole motor unit, that is nerve plus muscle, functions before and after hibernation to see if the hyperexcitability seems to hold or is explained by those results. All in all, these results could offer translational scientists a therapeutic avenue for thinking about how to treat patients suffering from chronic disuse events like mechanical ventilation or spinal cord injury. Here are the sources that I use, listed in order that I reference them. I'd also like to thank my faculty mentor, Dr. Santon, my library mentor, Megan Carlton, and everyone at the McNair Scholars Program at UNCG for this incredible opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sky. And with that, this concludes the presentations for the 4th and final panel of our symposium, Research Addressing Scientific Exploration of Populations and Structures that Impact Society. So I want to thank all of our 6 presenters for doing a wonderful job. So at this time, I will pose questions from the chat to our presenters. And I will start off with a general question for everyone, and you can answer in the order that you presented. So that would be Ahmad, Alvaro, Colby, Marianne, Quentin, and Sky. So it's a kind of a multifaceted question. So name one analytical technique that you used, what you used it for, what skill you gained, and what challenges you had to overcome to master that technique.
Well, for me, one of the first things I did in lab was DNA RNA extraction. And the reason this is significant is because when I'll be using cell culture and I'll have to lyse the cells, which means like burst them. So I pretty much burst the cell with like a lysis buffer. There's a lot of pipetting. There's a lot of homogenization, which means like mechanically breaking things up. Then after that, I put it in a filter and purify it by spinning it through a centrifuge and adding ethanol and rinsing and repeating. And the whole time, the whole area has to be completely clean because I'm doing a molecular technique, and it's really easy to contaminate and ruin your sample with just standing over your sample. So I learned like a lot of things, like for one, pipetting, because pipetting is so important when you're working with like 3 micromils. Like it's such a small amount, like it's like smaller than a raindrop, and you can't touch things, and it's really messy. But yeah, that's one of the techniques I've learned and what it applies to. Oh wait, actually DNA RNA extraction goes into the next step, which is cDNA synthesis, which is a necessary component for qPCR, which will tell me my how my genes are acting in response to the dosages.
Well, my experiment dealt with a lot of like molecular biology, which is essentially the same thing that Ahmad just said. I mean, I did pretty much the same thing, and we had to extract the RNA, and then we had to synthesize that into cDNA. And then from there, we could do the qPCR. So I had already known how to do qPCR, but this was like a little bit more because I was doing it on my own. I wasn't following I was following a rubric, but you know, I didn't have anybody guiding me after, maybe like once. But I think the hardest thing about the technique is making sure that the pipetting goes all right, because when you run, we put the samples into this plate with wells in it, so like little holes in it, and if you pipette unevenly between samples, or within samples, I mean, that can lead to some really skewed stuff, and then you're left wondering, I don't know if this is because this is actually not good or my pipetting skills are just that bad. So it really takes a lot of like solid pipetting skills, and I think if I was already good at pipetting, I'm pretty sure I'm better now, 100%.
Yeah, I don't want to follow suit here, but I think they highlighted some definitely key important procedures that go involved into a lot of both chemistry and biology and biochemistry. For me personally, antibacterial analysis is kind of its own subcategory of the bigger picture of things that I want to do. I haven't really gotten to get into the chemical profile of things yet, into the chemistry of many things. But with the antibacterial analysis alone, again, highlighting some of the key features, like we're using 96 well plates, such as Alvaro said, where we need to make sure that the wells are not only sustained with the correct amount of solvent in all of them, but knowing that the measurements with the pipetting skills and avoiding any contamination of samples is very important, and ensuring that you're going to get positive results. And I think another important part to some of the things that I had to do, instead of doing the PCR analysis, which is more of a biology DNA component of things, I use the spectrometer, which does the OD readings, which measures the turbidity of samples, and that there is really where you kind of can see whether or not you were successful in your endeavors. So knowing that you're going to get both the results from your positive and negative control, positive being a known result, we know that whatever your positive control is going to give you some certain result, and seeing that ensures that you did things properly. I think that was the hardest component of the antibacterial analysis for the chemistry data that I'm doing currently, and the training that went in it was definitely intensive, to say the least. At first, remembering aseptic techniques from microbiology and things like that, and applying it to your own research and ensuring that things are going to go smoothly because you want those results. I think was the hardest overcoming component to this all.
For me, my experiment was very different from these previous guys. For me, it was understanding Python, the coding language that we use to create our simulations and our models. Even though I already knew Python beforehand, I wasn't completely fluent, and there's a lot for me to learn to create these different models, right? So everything's very tedious when it comes to that. Just like forgetting a closed parentheses in one line will mess up your whole thing. So you'd run a model for an hour just to turn out that nothing would happen, you know? It sucks, but in just like what Alvaro said, like if I wasn't good at coding before, I'm definitely better at it now. You get more practice, and that was the most difficult part.
Yeah, for my experiment or for my analysis and for our project, it was similar to Marianne. Like we used the C++ programming language, and I had to like learn a lot of data analytic skills on the computer, which was difficult for me. And like Dr. Belmont and I have been working together like for a while now. Like we've been doing stuff for a while now, but never something this intensive that required me to like actually like be as like super proficient within the programming languages I had to be then. So not just like learning generalized C++, but learning specific commands that we have to use on the root library, and also learning the commands that I have to use from terminal to start doing data analysis and stuff like that was pretty difficult. But it really paid off in the end, and like I think that that's like something that I'll definitely take with me forward in my research career. Also, reading error messages and debugging programs and stuff like that is also something that I learned, because it's so necessary to be able to be like, oh my God, this isn't working, and look at your error message and be like, okay, so what is this telling me? Spend 30 minutes on Google trying to figure it out, and then like the more you do it, the better and better you get at being able to fix your code, so it'll be able to run smoothly, and you'll be able to analyze what you need to analyze.
Yeah, for me, it would definitely just be doing my project. I mentioned in my presentation that my dissection protocol is completely novel. And prior to starting in my lab, I had done all of one dissection in my life. So not only did I completely develop an entirely new dissection protocol and have to troubleshoot how to get measurements from this muscle that nobody has really gotten these kinds of measurements from. I just had to go through that whole process and like really become a scientist, grow into myself as a scientist through this process. The work I do in medicine, we sort of talk about how like orthopedic surgeons are like the brutes that like not so graceful. And I get the feeling about my undergraduate research that that's sort of what I'm doing. It feels very brute. And so whether or not I stay in that sort of like brute research or transition to something more graceful, quote unquote, something more technical and smaller scaled and like whole muscle preparations, I think those skills of troubleshooting and problem solving will really serve me. And I think that's what's been most profound for me throughout this journey.
Thank you. It sounds like the common theme is practice makes progress. Not necessarily perfect, but definitely progress. There was another general question posed in the chat to everyone, so we'll pose it to all of you in the same order. How difficult was it to translate your research into a presentation that anyone can understand, like any lay person that could understand? Because all of your presentations were highly technical.
I think it's hilarious that that was a question, because for me, it was like impossible. I don't know. I like to think that I'm mentally flexible, and so, you know, you have to be. And, you know, I hope you guys like the presentation, because I changed the whole thing 30 minutes before I did it. it was so bad that I went to my professor and he was like, we need to talk in person, man. It can't be on Zoom. And then like I was like, all right, how do you feel about it? And he's like, dude, it's terrible. And I was like, oh, okay. So apparently, like just breaking stuff down and just talking about like this field of science to people that aren't in the major is so incredibly difficult because it's extremely complex. And I studied for like a year before I can like actually comprehend my own lingo. So trying to take all that time of research and saying it in a way that a child will understand it's ridiculous. Honestly, there's nothing like it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I can disagree with what Ahmed has said. It's very true. I think it is very complex for many of us to try to pull things back together and express it in a way that most people can, who aren't familiar with sciences or these terminologies, because it's really the terminology that's super complex. Once you get past the terminology and you start realizing what these things mean as a whole, I think that the general scheme actually isn't as complicated as many will make it out to be. So I think once it's like trying to break down those barriers between the terminology and just expressing what the terminology means, I think is something that's super important in really getting things to go across. I also find that sometimes not going too far in depth, which many of us like to do, especially in science field and STEM fields, we get super excited about what we're talking about and everything has some sort of relationship and we got to try to make everything come together because we're so analytical. I think sometimes just kind of just doing a little bit of a light overlay and just, saying it without really getting too far into it makes it a little bit more comprehensible for people to understand where we're going with things. Again, for those who just aren't familiar with the terminology and more so the field of research that we do.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everyone. And to be honest, when I was writing this, I consulted my faculty mentor and we more or less agreed that more pictures is better. Because I think, you're trying to get people who may not experience this, often to understand. And personally, like, I think sometimes it takes me some time to understand what I'm even talking about or want to talk about. I know that it took me some time to like fully understand everything we do in the lab, and I'm in the lab and I've taken classes related to the lab. So, I think it's really like trying to make it so that, like, I always try to make it so that if I, if I could explain it like to someone who, I mean, maybe even like a kid, I try to make explanations that way, so that, I feel like it helps out. That's how I would want like things that I don't understand whatsoever to be explained to me, because like, I think it's easier that way. But yeah, it can be tough. So.
Yeah, I also had to redo my PowerPoint at some point because I had too much text on it. I needed to add a little more, the models, photos, explanation stuff. It's just weird because you also realize that we're still students. We're still learning everything we're going through. We're not experts in all this either, but we forget that we know more about this specific thing than other people. So I would forget, oh yeah, people don't know what a protoplanetary disk is, even though it's just a cloud of dust and gas. Like, that's all it is. But you forget that people don't know that off the top of their head. So that's what makes it difficult. You always got to remember like your audience and who you're talking to, but it also makes it easier, I think, on me, because it just reiterates like, oh, I do know more than I think. And it also helps me feel a little more courage, I believe. Thank you.
For me, it was very, 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 very hard. The first time we ran the first time my faculty mentor and I ran through my slides, it was like 11 minutes long. Because I think because like a lot of the visual aids that I had, like I really wanted to use them to explain to you what I meant, because it's so abstract. Like the type of physics that I do and the type of physics that Mary Ann does is like really different. because like the things that I do aren't observables in the sense that like, you can see it with the naked eye. You can't do that. With like the stuff that I do, you have to use like a lot of mathematics. And I'm someone I'm like a mathematician, like my other major is mathematics. And I've been doing this for the last almost 4 years now. And there's stuff that I'm looking at that I only have like vague experience with. Like the Fourier transform that, denotes the angular distribution of the particles that we're exploring. Like that's something that I'm going to learn about next year, So I haven't like in depth about next year. So for me to take something that I vaguely know about and I've had to learn about on the job, so to say, and without like a high level knowledge of it and be able to make it so that it's expressible to people that have no experience with the mathematics at all or no experience with heavy ion physics at all is really difficult. And even like the technical aspects of the particular experiment, like keeping track of all the definitions and keeping track of all like the mechanical ways in which the collider works, or like what a track means or what a sub-event means or where sub-events occur in the part of the detector, and the fact that they're all part of a huge event, but it's like, a part of the huge event in this place versus that place and like that. Like that's all really hard to keep track of for me sometimes. So doing it for like y'all, like the audience, was quite a challenge.
Yeah, I think like Marianne said, it's really easy to forget that we have a lot of this technical language for things that are really understandable. Like anybody can understand what a cloud of dust is, right? But we have this like complex terminology for it, and it's the same in biology. So in order to make things communicable, and not in like the infectious way, but in the communication way to non-scientists is, yeah, I just think about like those like very basic language explanations for what we're doing. And then I try to think of very generalizable analogies that anybody can understand. So I started my presentation off with talking about communities because I feel like that's something that anybody can understand. Everybody knows cities, and like it's pretty intuitive that if a city has more people, they need more resources. And so I think using analogies to your benefit is like one of the best ways to communicate science.
Thank you, everyone. We do have a couple of targeted questions. So we have a question for Ahmad. How often do we come across the stressors that you talked about that cause methylation/modification? Is this common?
Yeah, I hate to break it to you. This happens quite literally every day. You walk outside, you get hot, you start sweating, it happened. You got cold, you started to shiver, it happened. You smoked that cigarette that one time, it happened. Everything causes oxidative stress to some extent. And this is why we need a good intake of vitamins and stuff that modulate cellular homeostasis, and it keeps you healthy.
Awesome. We have a question for Alvaro. It was noted on the first slide that severe hypoxia with the loss of oxygen, the brain had higher function. Can you further explain this?
Yeah, so it doesn't have like higher function per se. It just simply continues to function. There isn't any increase. It just happens to remain functioning without oxygen, without glucose. So we are not entirely sure why. That's actually kind of what we're trying to figure out. And that's one of the things that we're looking for. That's kind of one of the things I'm looking at to see if maybe calcium regulation contributes to potentially causing that. We call it like turn on, or like a switch to like resistance to no oxygen. So.
Thank you. Marianne, we have a question for you. What is the big aim of your research?
The big aim is simply just to understand the formation of planets. Astrochemistry is not a very big field at all. There's not too much known on about it. So I wanted to kind of grab onto that and explain a little bit more of why it is that carbon and hydroxide, oxygen, nitrogen, any of these important molecules create the planet. Yes.
And we have one for Sky. Is the hope that we can use this information that you presented to treat our bodies to essentially hibernate when parts of our bodies are not functioning?
Yeah, I think that's sort of like the big dream, right? That's not something that my lab is focused on. We're not a translational lab by any means, but we are looking for these avenues for science in general to better understand how other animals overcome these natural stressors, and then how other scientists can think about developing therapies for them. For my project in particular, if we're talking about hyperexcitability and it being the mechanism by which muscles are able to maintain their performance, then yeah, absolutely. I think it has applications for, like I said, spinal cord injury, patients who've gone on mechanical ventilation. Most recently with COVID-19, that was a really big concern because patients were going on mechanical ventilation for 35, 45 days at a time. And we know that mammalian diaphragms atrophy very rapidly. So if we're able to develop a pharmaceutical that can counteract that atrophy of the muscle, then yeah, I think that has serious implications for human health and that sort of thing. So I wouldn't necessarily say we're trying to make people able to hibernate per se, but we're thinking about ways that we can make the body better able to respond to disuse, which is parallel to hibernation.
Great response. We have another question in the chat posed to everyone. So again, we'll start with Ahmad and go down the list. So most of your research being, the natural sciences is laboratory based. And so what are some of the challenges you had during this COVID era, if you will? Because, you have to go in and perform these experiments in most cases. I know some of you also did computer simulations. So what challenges you have in doing that and, working in a lab, having to schedule that and having to consider social distancing?
Well, for me, COVID was actually one of the leading factors on why I didn't have any preliminary data. It's because COVID-19 happened and a lot of cell cultures were ran, and that was the media I needed for cell culture. All of it was on back order for like a year because we were trying to figure out vaccines. So I had nothing to work with, like quite literally. But aside from that, COVID didn't really affect me too much because I was in the lab pretty much ever since soon as school ended. I was in the lab learning all the techniques because I knew I had to catch up because I spent the whole semester, like that whole year studying. And if anything, I want to say it helped because like literally just hovering over your work and doing stuff like if you breathe on your work, like you can literally ruin your sample. So like I'm happy I was wearing a mask during like a lot of this, like my real, like it helped me progress faster.
Yeah, I can definitely second that. I think one of the drawbacks of COVID was the minimal amount of how would I say products that we need were available. It was really hard to get like a lot of simple equipment like pipette tips and other things. It was really hard to acquire some of those because they were just being used up by big pharmaceutical companies and other labs who were conducting all this research with COVID. And we're kind of thankful for the fact that UNCG kind of opened back up when SRI kind of was getting back into things. So like we were actually able to get back in the lab for a while. Like they were only allowing like graduate students in the lab, or only allowing a certain amount of folk in the lab. But granted, the lab that I'm in with Dr. Check, we have like a pretty good amount of space. So people were still able to like maintain social distancing for a while, and we were able to continue conducting research, which was really nice. And again, we use a lot of natural products. So sometimes we're outside actually trying to collect resources. So I think in some ways it was definitely a little bit of a drawback, but in a lot of ways we were able to kind of keep moving. But overall, I think, like Ahmad was saying, even with some of the samples, like with wearing masks and stuff, it definitely probably helped in some way. You know, you sneeze, you cough here and there, you don't realize you're kind of just over your plate, and all of a sudden now you're adding some sort of bacteria or other stuff to your samples, and who know how that's going to affect it.
Yeah, so in my case, COVID didn't really, I want to say it didn't really affect what I was doing. Our lab isn't too big. We're pretty small enough that we could probably have everybody in our lab in the lab, and we would still be able to social distance like pretty well. But personally, you know, I have been doing research even before then. So I think, yeah, like in regards to like maybe last year, yeah, it was, you know, it really did impede a lot of I mean, any research really. But yeah, right now, currently, you know, it didn't really, you know, prevent me from doing research in the actual lab.
I did computation, so everything was on my computer. So fortunately for me, it didn't affect me at all. Simply only that I just had to do Zoom meetings with my faculty mentor and not see my cohorts. Even if I did observations with the 3 college observatory with UNCG, it still wouldn't have affected me because I can connect to the main computer of the observatory using my laptop or with Dr. Arnio as well. So fortunately for me, it did not affect me very much.
Same here. I did computational research as well. So we weren't really in a lab. Dr. Belmont and I just had Zoom meetings and stuff to be able to discuss the experiment. But I would really have loved to be able to go to Brookhaven National Lab and actually like be able to observe like the experiment that we're looking at and like observe the processes of the relativistic heavy ion collider and stuff like that, because that was a big part of my paper, my presentation that was missing, which was the experiment thing, because like, you know, we didn't conduct an experiment, we just did analysis on the data from a particular experiment. So I'd really like to be able to go there and like work there in the future doing research like that and be able to be a part of the actual experimentation as well as the data analysis afterwards.
Yeah, like Alvaro said, I don't know if it's clear to viewers yet, but Alvaro and I are in the same lab, and we've been fortunate, really fortunate to be able to do our research in person. And for me, there weren't really any hiccups. I would say early on, because I was developing a new protocol, there was this anticipation of like a really long troubleshooting period. So heading into 2021, like back in January, we weren't sure if I would be able to be up and running by the summertime. But fortunately over the spring, I got the protocol up and running very quickly. And so it was sort of a non-issue. And we were able to conduct data collection and analysis on time, on schedule.
Awesome. I do have a quick question for Quentin. I was wondering, is a collider the same thing as a particle accelerator? Are those two the same thing?
They're similar. So a collider shoots together particles at close to the speed of light. And an accelerator is a part of a collider. So that's my understanding. I might be wrong, but my understanding is that an accelerator is a part of a collider. So you use an accelerator to accelerate the particles within the larger instrumentation of the collider. But the collider also houses the detectors, which allow us to view the events that occur within the collider.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Iron Man movies. There was one movie where Tony Stark was building is that what he was doing? A collider or a particle accelerator where he made that particle in his chest?
I remember the first movie. I'm an Iron Man stan, a Marvel stan. So I think that I can't remember, but he does something to replace his heart, and I think that he does use particles to keep the energy going and stuff like that instead of a real heart. But in real life, colliders are miles upon miles upon miles long. The one in Geneva, Switzerland, CERN is huge. So you have to have a lot of space to speed up something to the speed of light. It takes a lot of energy. So yeah.
That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Well, thank you to our I want to say save the best for last, but then all the other scholars will be mad at me. So, but I want to commend all of you as a fellow scientists. You each were well-versed in your scientific language and jargon. You spoke like a scientist, and I think that's one of the challenges as a STEM major is to start using those big, complex words. Like I said, kudos to Kobe, because I was like, I'm not going to say it. I want to say MRSA. I copped out. I think that's why I majored in chemical engineering, because we use a lot of acronyms and we don't use a lot of those large words in biology and chemistry. But I want to commend all of you to using the language of a scientist, speaking like a scientist. It was really impressive to hear you all. You sound like graduate students to me. So thank you to all of our presenters for the whole entire day of the symposium. So with that, yes, we made it. This concludes our 2021 Virtual Summers Research Symposium. So to everyone that presented here today, thank you. I want to thank all of the staff, instructors, faculty mentors, library mentors, and invited speakers that participated in the planning and execution of this year's SRI and symposium. We also want to thank our campus partners, family and friends who are here to support your scholar or scholars and the McNair program as a whole. And thank you, scholars, for your discipline and hard work throughout the summer. We look forward to engaging with all of you in the fall. And to everyone, please remain connected to us through our website, go.uncg.edu/McNair, email uncgrem@uncg.edu. REM stands for Ronald E. McNair. And also through Instagram, UNCG_McNair. So we really, truly appreciate your attendance today and your continued support. Have a pleasant evening, everyone.